Okay. Oh, look at the demo. Easy. Now this one's I hope.
Hello. Hello, greetings.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. We have a number of participants here who have joined us from different countries. I can see from the charts. We are happy to have you in this training. Of course, as a norm, we have to introduce ourselves. Of course, my name is there on the screen. My name is Runyararo Jolino Kara. I work at Forum Secretariat as the Manager Research and Innovation. And I will be with you in this training together with the facilitators. First, I want to introduce my colleagues from Forum. I'll give them a chance to introduce themselves a bit, and then I'll introduce my colleagues from Makerere University. And then lastly, I'll introduce the facilitators. So my colleagues from Forum Secretariat, please introduce yourself.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you all. And this is Selma Dapewa Ngituamata. I'm a technical specialist, research and innovation at the Forum Secretariat. I wish you all the best of luck in the training. Thank you.
Hello, thank you very much. This is Francis Soto. I work at the Forum Secretariat as Manager of Knowledge Hub, and I do welcome you to this training. I hope you will enjoy it and get the necessary skills to progress your research. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm David Martin Amito. I work at Forum as a technical specialist in systems administration. You are all welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Yamu Walongo Boniface Yamalong. I work at the Forum Secretariat as technical specialist for the regional anchor universities. Thank you very much for joining this training. Hope you'll enjoy it, and we shall be together with you from now up to the end of this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues from Forum Secretariat. Could I welcome my colleagues from Makerere University? Dr. Odom, please introduce yourself, followed by Dr. Edema.
Hello. Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm called Thomas Odom. I teach at Makerere University. I'll be one of the facilitators of this training. Thank you. You get to know more of each other as we get along.
Yes, Dr. Edema.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you hear me. My name is Richard Edema. I work at Makerere University, but more still, I work as the director for the Makerere University Regional Center for Crop Improvement, one of the sponsors of this training. We've collaborated with the Forum and they're there to set it up. But nice to be in this opening session, and nice to see how enthusiastically people have embraced the course. Just looking at the numbers of people who are logging in. So I know it is it's a demanded course, and I hope that you'll get the best and what you really need out of it to keep doing your research and your work in whatever home institutions you are in. So welcome, and 2 weeks, and we will enjoy statistics together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Edema. I would like to introduce the facilitators by their names, and they will introduce themselves in more detail as they will be taking you through the training. Today we have Dr. Helen Namaweje, whom you can see on the screen, and Professor Susan Alaba Tumwewaze, whom you can also see on the screen. They will introduce themselves fully as they take you through the training. I want to welcome all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to this training. I know this training will be very beneficial to you. We shall go through the training, and I know there will be more questions being raised, being a practical session of getting to know more about R. I would like to let you know that we also have a live session which is on YouTube. So if you have missed something, you can always go back to the YouTube and try to follow through and understand what the facilitators have been delivering to you. At this moment, we don't want to waste much of our time. I want to call upon my colleague, Mr. David Martin Amitu, to take us through the rules of engagement in this training. Thank you. Mr. Amitu, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jolie. So basically what we are going to do is that you as a participant, you must be having access to a number of icons. One of them is called a Q&A. That Q&A is where we expect you to raise questions, and then the panelists will be able to respond directly to that question. If there is a question specific to a certain panelist, maybe you can also indicate the panelist's name. However, if it is for all panelists, you can repeat that in a general form. And then you should be also able to see the chat icon. That chat icon is basically to allow you to make your comments, and because the chat section has so many messages, so it might be difficult to follow. So that's why we encourage you to use the Q&A to raise questions. But the chat section, you can use it for comments, because as you can see, the numbers are growing. We are going to hit over 1,000. And some of you might be disconnected later. Maybe when you try to log in, because of the capacity of the platform, we shall be able to only accommodate up to 1,000 of you, but we expect over 1,000 participants. So in case you try to relog in when the network disconnects you, I've already shared a YouTube link. So please keep that YouTube link in your copy it and put it somewhere, such that if you try to log in the platform, it's no longer accessible because of the capacity limit. You should be able to follow the live streams through YouTube. You can also share the live stream link with your other colleagues who might be blocked later because of the capacity. But all in all, we encourage you to raise questions through Q&A, make comments through the chat, and then I see some of you are also raising hands. Because of the large number of participants, we shall minimize allowing participants to talk. So instead of raising the hand, unless the facilitator later calls you to raise a hand, for now you can make sure that your hands are lowered down. But raise the questions through Q&A, make the comments through the chat section. And then also this session is of course under it's already live stream, and the recording will still be available through that very link, which I've shared and I'm sharing again right now, so you should be able to see it in the chat section. For now, that's all I have, but welcome you all and wish you a successful session.
Thank you so much, Amitu, for taking the participants through. Like Amitu pointed out, I see we have 6 hands raised. Please bring your questions to the question and answer interface, and then we'll be able to answer you as a RUForum or as facilitators. So thank you so much for being part of this training. At this moment, I would love to hand over to the facilitators. Dr. Edema, you wanted to say something before we start?
Yeah, thank you, Jolene. Really not much.
Please go ahead if you have something to share with the participants before we start.
Yeah, really not much to say. I'm really happy for all these registrations. I think right at the beginning, we, as part of the sponsorship from Mercy, we are taking down your contacts as part of the registration, but it is as part of quality control and other things. Our funders will also reach out to participants through emails, on a survey, and possibly through a phone call. And I know, David, I don't know if you want to comment on it. You have already sent out a Google survey to collect phone numbers. Do you want to comment on how that is done, maybe?
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Dema. Yes, we just posted on the chat section the link for the Google Forms which can capture the phone numbers. So you can register your name there and then also the phone number for those who are attending right now. Earlier on also, our colleagues, Professor Moses and Helen had sent the survey link earlier on. That survey link also had an option for collecting some phone numbers. But in case you missed to complete that survey, you can also still fill in through this form. This link I've just sent on the chat section. So that will connect the phone numbers. Yeah, so these phone numbers and contacts are not meant for terrorizing you in any way, but they are really quality control and requirements of our donors to continue seeing how popular courses like this are and to continue the funding. You know, we need funding to be able to do this and more others. So when this finally comes to you, which will be like in a month or so time, kindly respond. You'll be requested to respond both by email, and you'll also receive calls. And this is from the World Bank that is funding the Centers of Excellence. I hope that is clear, but I'm sure we'll keep repeating this info over the period of the course so that we get to understand. And if there are any questions, you know, you can put them on the chat to be able to do it. I think that is all from me. Over to you, Jolie.
Thank you so much, Dr. Edema. Now I would like to hand over to our facilitators. Professor Susan Balaba, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Runyararo. And I would like also to take this opportunity to thank Mercy and RStudio for organizing this training. My name is Susan Balaba Tumwebaze, and I will also give an opportunity to, we are 3 facilitators plus Dr. Odong Thomas. They will talk about themselves. Then afterwards, I'll present the results from the questionnaire that we sent to the participants. I work at Makerere University as a teacher and teaching still statistics or biometrics. Thank you very much, and I welcome the participants. Take off time and concentrate and participate actively, then you'll be able to learn R. Thank you very much. I take this opportunity to invite Dr. Thomas Odong to talk about himself as a facilitator.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm called Thomas Odong. I also teach for Makerere University. My area of specialization, like my colleague. I am a biometrician, but I also teach quantitative genetics and bioinformatics. So during the next 2 weeks, we'll be together and we'll be learning from each other. And I would ask each one of you to really put in maximum effort so that we can benefit at the end of the day. As Dr. Edema has indicated, we really need to re-emphasize that the donors would like to contact you and also to give you some kind of evaluation so that they can see whether they will sponsor this course in future. Thank you very much.
I don't know. Thomas, you hear me? Okay? There seem to be a freeze.
Yes, I think Ellen is not being heard, sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ellen, over to you. It seems to be, we can't hear her. Ellen, we can't hear you. There must be a little problem somewhere on. I guess you can go on. She at an appropriate time she'll get in. Oh, okay, there she is.
So sorry about that. I'm going to adjust that on my computer. Good morning once again. My name is Dr. Namaije Helen. I'm a lecturer at Makerere University in the Department of Statistical Methods and Actuarial Science. I also want to take this opportunity to thank RUForum and also Mercy to giving us this opportunity to train again. It's always a good chance to interact and share the statistics and help our students to see that they meet the expectation and walk through their journey of research, especially when it comes to data analysis. We are going to be interacting for the next 2 weeks, and I hope you'll achieve what you expect to get. Glad meeting you all. I welcome you, and we expect maximum cooperation. Thank you. Back to Professor Susan.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to present results from the questionnaire that was sent. So let me share. Okay. Okay, so we sent out a questionnaire mainly to find out your expectations and ways we would make this training a success. We also wanted to know the stage of research process that you are at, and whether you've completed or you're still a student or you're a researcher. So that's the information I'm going to present. So the training itself has objectives and expectations. So the ones that I'm presenting are the expectations and objectives of the training. Now, the objectives of the training are to equip participants with knowledge and skills to download RStudio, R packages, and install them on their computers.
Susan, if I just interrupt you briefly, can you slide share?
Slideshow.
Slideshow.
Okay.
So that it appears slideshow.
It is, okay, let me stop and share again.
Slideshow so that it appears.
share. Is that okay now?
Yes, this is okay. This is fine.
Okay, thank you very much. I was saying that we designed the course with objectives and expectations in mind. And objectives were to equip participants with knowledge and skills to download RStudio, R packages, and install them on their computers. To equip students with knowledge to import their data in the different format. For example, if the data file is in a CVS, text, Excel, SPSS, then they can be imported or exported to R, and then you do your analysis. To be able to manipulate their data before doing any data analysis using interactive commands, since R supports matrix arithmetic and data structures such as vectors, arrays, data frames, and lists. To keep students with knowledge and skills to be able to use R Markdown, where they can store the different R commands, write R scripts, which they can after convert into PDF, HTML, Word document, and PowerPoint. Also, would like to equip the participants with different techniques of data visualization applied in R programming language to be able to produce publications with quality graphs and also write their manuscripts. So with R Markdown, actually you can write your publications without even transferring the work to any other package. To be able to use our programming language to analyze data using all inferential statistical tools such as correlation, regression, categorical data analysis, and generalized linear models. So these are some of the inferential statistics mentioned, but if time allows, the participants are going to get a lot of knowledge across the 2 weeks. Now, the expected outcomes of the course are be able to explain the fundamental concepts behind experimental stroke survey designs and statistical data analysis. To be able to apply key statistical concepts such as correlation, regression, categorical data analysis, techniques, generalized linear models using R. To be able to use R programming language to describe, analyze, and model the state of biological or agricultural system in both a quantitative and qualitative manner, as well as other fields like economics and health. Now, the results of the questionnaire. The main objective of the assessment was to assess the participants' expectations and ways of making the training a success. Now, the expectations were many, but we've picked out the ones which were standing out. So the main expectations included data management. The participants would like to manage their data in R, be able to analyze experimental and surveys, be able to conduct data visualization in R, be able to interpret the results using R data packages. I believe this is installing the packages and also knowing which package to use for which type of analysis, how to use and master R, plant breeding analysis. Some were talking of regression analysis, multivariate analysis. Then they would also expect to have hands-on exercise. And during this training, every day we are going to be posting exercises, which will be presented the next morning before we introduce a new topic. Okay, we found out that majority of the participants are male, 75%, compared 25% female. The highest proportion are pursuing PhD with 37%, and 35% of the participants are masters, while 4 are bachelors of science, and then 24% are researchers, stroke lecturers in various fields, which include agriculture, plant breeding, agroecology, climate change, food science, etc. Then we also looked at the stage of research process at which the participants are. We found out that most of them are at proposal development with 24%. If you look at the total percentage on the last column, and then some are collecting data, others are analyzing, and then some at concept stage. Then some have written up and completed. So from this, we realize that the course has come at a time that will benefit everybody. Those who are at concept stage will be able to highlight the type of statistics they need for their research. Those who have defended proposals also will be able to improve. Then those who are developing proposals will be able to indicate the type of statistic which they can use for their analysis once they collect data. Now, those who have collected data and analyzing are even going to benefit more, because then they are going to practice. As we go through the training, they will be able to pick the most important bits which can suit their research. So I encourage the participants, as we go through the training, pick the bits which are related to your research and participate overnight before we come the next day to introduce another topic. Then the expectations, the ways of making the training a success. These were it was an open-ended question, and we got various opinions, so I've summarized them. And some of the opinions are that we should branch the training in 2 parts, beginners and advanced levels. In this part, what we've done is that we've assumed that participants have zero knowledge of R, and we are starting from scratch. So we'll be able to take the participants through the installation of R, installing packages, importing data files, and also doing descriptive statistics. Then from descriptive, then we go to the advanced level. So this expectation will be covered. Recording sessions, sharing PDFs, ebooks, share emails, contacts of facilitators. Each facilitator will tell you whether they want to share their contact, but I think it is okay. We can share our contacts with you people. The sessions are going to be recorded, as you've already heard, and you can access them on YouTube. Then the next expectation, it should be inclusive, covering diverse disciplines. Yes, the training is going to be inclusive, covering disciplines from social, that is surveys. Then we also look at experimental design, we look at ecology, etc. It should be interactive by engaging the participants with practical exercises. Yes, that's why I say that at every end of training, we are going to have exercises given to participants, and they'll be able to present the next day. Posting literature after the training, and let it be accessible. Yes, whatever we are using is going to be posted. Our scripts will be posted, and I think we've already posted the training material for today. My colleague, Dr. Helen, has already sent them, but if you've not received, we will continue posting them in the chat. Then the other expectation is practicing of effective time management. Yes, we are going to make sure we keep time. And then pace of teaching should be slow. We'll try to be slow, but if we are too slow, then we won't cover what we've programmed. Active involvement of all participants through question and answer sessions. Yes, all the other facilitators have had during their training, they will involve question and answer session. And as one person is facilitating, we will be answering the questions in the chat. Two of us are going to handle that. So your questions will be answered in the chat in case you have a query that has not been answered by the main facilitator. After the training, at least to have mentorship program to ensure proficiency and follow-up. We will organize with Reform and Mercy to ensure that we can do mentorship and follow-up. Sorry. Sorry. Okay. Sorry about that. I hope you're able to see the screen.
Yes, we're able to. You can slideshow again and then.
Okay. I'm about to finish, and then my colleague Helen is going to come in. After the training, there should be a documented manual for guidance. We are working on this to make sure that whatever we do can be documented. The training is required by the participants. So I made a summary of the expectations and also how to make the training a success. And these are the summaries, the summary that from the questionnaire, I found out that training is required by the participants. And they are suggesting that instructors give them more practicals. The training materials be posted before the training day. Training be divided into learners and advanced. Assume no knowledge of R and go through installation. So, and also a follow-up to make sure that we do follow-up and mentorship, which we are going to organize with Mercy and Reform so that we can do follow-up. Maybe if funding allows, we can have other trainings, but I don't really want to promise air. So that one can only be organized by the funders. So thank you so much for listening. And I am going to hand over to Dr. Helen Namaweje to start with installation of R and downloading of packages. So with this, I wish you a good training. Pay attention, keep at it. Make sure you have enough bundles to keep you going. And it's going to be a good training. For 2 weeks, you're going to gain a lot of knowledge. Thank you very much. I hand over to Dr. Helen.
Good morning once again. We are going to start straight away on how we can install R. Let me share my okay, just ask one question. Can you hear me such that I don't talk to myself? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Dr. Runyararo. Remember, as far as our training is concerned, we're going to learn how to use our programming language to see how it can be used to analyze data. So with our programming language, we need to first understand what it is, and then
Dr. Namaweje, maybe stop sharing and reshare. No, she's not muted.
what about there?
Yes, now, yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. So as we are starting, we need to understand what R programming is all about, and then RStudio. These are the terms that we're going to be using consistently, such that by the end of the day, the moment we understand how R works, then it will be easy for us to do the different analysis that we want to do, what we are going to learn throughout these 2 weeks. I'm not so sure if everyone has R, but our assumption is that we are going to start from 0. We are going to start from the very beginning, such that we are all on the same page. What we are going to do, we are going to download R on our computers. Like on the different materials that I sent you a PDF that shows the various procedures on how we are going to download R, at the same time, how we are going to use how we are going to download RStudio. But first, in case we want to download R, there are various options, but we can take the first one. We can move on to http, then www.r-project.org, or you can go to the Crane repository and also download R. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to stop sharing this, and then I share the different steps that we can go through. We go through them together, but as I speak, kindly now open your URL and type in www.r-project.org, or you can type in http then /crane.r-project.org. Kindly type in that. So in case I stop sharing this, I can share my PDF, and then we see through the steps on what we're supposed to be doing. Okay, can I ask again, can you see what I've shared? What is facilitators, can you see?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now we are going to move through the steps on how to download R and then install it on our computers. I encourage participants, in case you have a question, just post it in the chat, then my colleagues will support me on how you can be able to download R. Okay, but for now, in case there are some participants who already have R with them, it is very okay. I'm going to talk about how you can update R, because R is a free software, but it's always important that you use an updated version. So let me first deal with let's first have people download R, and then in case you're using an old version, one option of updating R is downloading the newest version. So we can do that, but still, as we move on further, I'll show you how you can upload an old version to a newest version. So number one, step one, go to the www.r-project.org. When you visit this particular page, the moment it opens, if you're following with me, you're going to have this window is going to open, the R project for statistical computing. Okay, after that, our step 2 is going to be that under that page, okay, under the section Get Started, on the second line, okay, if I go back briefly, when you look at the page that has opened, there is this small word, Download R, okay? So it's what we are going to click on. Click on Download R. Check the second line, click on Download R. After clicking Downloading R, you're going to get another window that is going to open. It's going to look like this. It will show you the crane millers. We are going through the different steps on how to download R. Okay, it should be very, in case you've got good internet, it should be very fast. So the moment you reach at step number 2, all you need to do, check on your left hand side on the top. There is there is this other URL that is the HTTPS /cloud.r-project.org. So you click on it. On your left-hand side, on the cloud, you click on HTTPS, okay, cloud.r-project.org. So after clicking on that, the page that it will open, it will show you download R. For those with various computers, in case you can download R for Linux, you can download R for Windows, and also for Mac computers. The moment you click on download R, depending on the version that you're using, then the first step, what it's going to do is that it is going to ask you that if you are installing R for the first time. So depending on your computer, whether it is Windows or Mac or what, okay, you need to download. For my case, I used, my computer is Windows, so I downloaded R for Windows. So depending on what you are using, but by the end of the day, the R programming language is compatible on all computers. Okay, so it will ask you on the next page that installing R for the first time. So you're going to click on that particular page. After clicking on installing R for the first time, now it will take you to another page that has download R 4.1.2 for Windows. Like I mentioned, for my case, I'm using Windows. And R 4.1.2, it is the latest version for R. So in case there is anyone using below 4.1.2, then it implies that you need to update that version to the latest one. Okay, it is always important that we use the latest versions of R because most of the time there are additional packages that are being developed. Remember, we're going to talk more about what really R is, but let's first get the program on our computers. All right, so that was step 5. So the moment you click download R 4.1.2 for Windows, all depending on the version that you are using, then you have to wait for the installation file to download. And the moment the installation file downloads, in that particular case, it's supposed to have an extension of .exe. So it is r-4.1.2-win.exe. If it downloads on your computer, then you have to follow double click on it, and then follow the various steps that, like, you know, as you're installing any program, then it will ask you. So follow the different steps on your screen until when you get to finish. I don't want to download it on my computer because I already have it. I already downloaded it and I've got the latest version. Okay, let me ask in the chat. Have you been able to download R? Kindly answer, then my colleagues will respond, and also it will be easy for me to give me the pace to move on with. Okay, great. I'm seeing many saying yes, it is downloading. Yes, okay. All right. It is taking some time. Yes, somebody's asking, what about updating? We are going to look at that, but I just want us to all move on the same pace. Okay, somebody has also written that R downloaded. Okay. Keep posting more questions in the chat, and then either Thomas or Fran or Susan, they will be happy to respond to all the questions. Okay, now Now, our first bit wanted to download R, and I'm glad that a big percentage has, from the feedback that I'm getting from the chat, they have managed to download R on their computers. Okay, that is great. However, for us to use R very well, we also need to download what we call RStudio. So what we are going to do after downloading R, and we have it on our computers, we are moving on to download RStudio, because these two, R and RStudio, have to be used together, as we are going to see. So it is important, after getting R, the R programming language, we also download RStudio as its interface. So how do we download RStudio? What we are going to do, what you can do, since you already have these notes with you, just copy this, this URL, paste it in Google, and then it will take you direct to where you're supposed to download RStudio. Just copy it in the note in your URL, and then it will take you direct to RStudio. I'm going to go back and share the PDF again, and then we also move through the steps on how you can get RStudio, and then we see how we can move on further. Where's my PDF? Okay, now we are moving on to downloading RStudio. Prof. We are moving on to RStudio. Like I said, step one, just paste this link in your Google page. The moment you download, the moment you click, you feed in this URL, then you have to scroll down. And the moment you scroll down, you'll see somewhere that it will show you that RStudio desktop for free. And then you'll have to click on that download. Okay, you have to click on it. That will be our step one. But remember, you're supposed to first put this URL in Google. Okay, so where it will take you, what you'll have to do is scroll down and then click RStudio for free. Then when you click on download, the moment you click on download, it will take you to another step that you will see RStudio Desktop 2021.09.2. All right, depending on whether you're using a Mac but like I mentioned earlier, I'm using Windows. So you still scroll down and then download RStudio Desktop. You click on where you see this blue on your computer, where it has got download RStudio for Windows. You click on it. That is number 2, downloading RStudio. So the moment you click on it, like you did for R, it will still, you're going to get an installation file, which has got an extension .exe. The moment you get the installation file, what happens next is that you need now to follow the different prompts on your computer. So when you come down, it is going to bring this particular window. So this is the extension file that I'm talking about, RStudio 2021.09.2.exe. This is the extension that you're going to have. And this also, like the same with R, we also need to update RStudio. But in case it's your first time, it will be good for you to get the latest version. So the moment you click on RStudio, the extension, the moment you click on it, it gets on your computer. And then the next step would be you follow all the prompts such that you install R. And after that, you've got both R and then RStudio. I'm going to go in the chat and still ask again if you've managed to download RStudio. Okay, in case you have, yes. In case you have a challenge, please post in the chat, and then my colleagues will be happy to report back. In case you didn't get the materials that I sent, you can still post your email in the chat such that we move on the same page. My colleagues have got all the materials that we're supposed to use today. Checking the notes that I sent again, we are going to move on to see how we update. And then in case you already have maybe R with you on your computer, we'll still see how can we update R such that you move from the old version and get the latest one. All right. Okay, great. Now we are supposed to have two things. R programming. For it, if you are looking at if you're seeing my slide attentively, its symbol is like this, where I'm rotating the cursor. And then for the case of RStudio, this is how it looks like. So now I'm going to move on, and then we get to know, I mean, we are talking about what is entailed and what is entailed in RStudio before we move on to, because we need to understand the language itself, and then we move on to see, then how do we apply it in analysis? Okay, so somebody might be asking, what is R, right? R is a free statistical programming language. Unlike other programming languages that we have before, like Starter, SPSS, whereby you need to buy them, all your university has to buy them for you. When it comes to our programming language, for it is free. All you need is to download it from internet, install it on your computer, as well as RStudio, and you can then, after downloading it, you're good to go. Then in the process of doing your analysis, you don't need to have internet. So you can even move to your computer anywhere and do the analysis. Anyone can be able to use our programming language. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be a scientist. Even non-scientists can be able to use the language. So you don't need to be a statistician to use R. And it has been widely used in data management, statistical analysis, and it's also a good software when it comes, in case you want to have good graphics, or when you're doing data visualization, and it produces good graphs that you can really put into your publications. And it's an open source. Anyone willing can be able to use it. Okay, it has been designed for data analysis with easy coding. The moment you understand how to write the commands easier, these commands are reproducible in the sense that you can write your script, and then after using it, you can as well use it in a different project after completing one. Because by the end of the day, after understanding how you put down the different commands, then you are good to go, even if you get another project. And then also, R has got a lot of libraries, as we are going to see, because remember, it is open. So people keep on, the R community keep on developing different packages that can support R to really even be able to analyze big data. Now, what about RStudio? When it comes to RStudio, it also provides a free and open environment tool for R. So some people call it the integrated development environment for R, because by the end of the day, what we are going to see is that you cannot use RStudio unless if you have R. So it is important that you have both R programming and then RStudio with you. And also the RStudio provide the features that make R programming, as you're putting in your coding, it becomes easy for you. You can even save your codes and reuse them again the moment you write them into the RStudio. Right, so what is the difference between R and RStudio? Because it is important for us to understand how these two exactly work. Having installed R and RStudio, yes, we are saying that R is a programming language for statistical computing. It is true, but what happened is that R uses the R language to develop the statistical programs. And then the other thing is that within our programming language, you are able to write down a program and run the codes independently, as we are going to see in the practicals. But you cannot use RStudio unless you've got R. So in other words, RStudio has to be used alongside R in order your functions to work properly. All right? R can be used without RStudio, but RStudio cannot be used without R. That is the instance as to why I encourage you to download both R and RStudio. Okay, before I move further, I'm going to go in the chat and inquire again. Are we on the same page? Okay. Great. Oh, yes. Kindly pay close attention. In case you feel there's something missing that you've not gotten very well, feel free to post a question and then my colleagues will be able to answer. Make sure you're supposed to have R and then RStudio. For those who are still downloading, please go ahead, because right now what I'm doing is that I'm talking about the difference between R and RStudio, because by the end of the day, for us to do the analysis, you need both. You need R and then RStudio. Like the different programming languages that we download or apps that we put on our computers, it's the same way that we still download these programs. Great. People are commenting. What I'm seeing that most of you have been able to download R and RStudio. Those who are asking for the update, we are going to get there. Okay, we are going to move on to that. Now let's move on. Okay, some are saying that R is not yet installed. We need to follow through the steps again. I'm only going to use, I repeat. Okay, let me stop sharing and I go back just for only 1 minute. Remember, we are going to have recordings of all what we are going to be discussing. So upon your free time, feel free to visit back the videos and see what we've been sharing. Just a quick back for those that have not yet succeeded in downloading R and RStudio. Like I mentioned from our PowerPoint, from the notes that I sent, all you need to do, just paste this link in Google. Okay, Prof, can you help me paste this link in the chat, or Thomas, such that they can quickly pick it? Okay, so it is www.r-project.org. That is our step 1. Okay, after doing that, the moment you put this in Google, it's going to bring you this page. I just have a snapshot of the page. All you need to do, move to down on the second line, there is a word download R. Okay, you click on it. The moment you click on download R, what it's going to do, it is going to open for you this next page where you're seeing I'm moving the cursor. All right. After clicking on R, that is the next step. So the moment you click on download R, it is going to bring you this particular page. All you need to do, look on your right, on the left-hand side, where there is O cloud, and then click on the link that it's there, cloud.r-project.org. The moment you click on it, it is going to bring you a page that has got the comprehensive R archive network. This is the page that is going to bring. So depending on your computer, you pick on this version that you're having for Linux, for Mac, and also for Windows. Personally, I'm using Windows. So I'll click download R for Windows. Right? After that, the next step is going to be then it will bring you this particular page. And then you click install R for the first time. I also encourage people with an old version of R to let's get the latest version. And this is one of the first option. You either download the latest version, but you also have commands on how to update the old version. All right. The moment you click install R for the first time, you're going to get this particular page. This is also a snapshot, which is going to look like this. So what you do, you click on download R 4.1.2 for Windows, if you're using Windows, and this is the latest version of R. Okay, after clicking on that, so what is going to do? You're going to get a file, an installation file, which has got an extension .exe, okay, which will be R-4.1.2 win.exe. So after downloading that file extension, what you're going to do, the moment it downloads on your computer, double click on it to execute that file. And then what you do, follow the prompts on your screen until when it gets to, it will tell you that it's finished. It's the same way like we download various apps on our computers. But this time around, we are using the R installation file. Okay, after that, the moment you follow the prompts, and then it implies that you've gotten R 4.1.2, the latest version on your computer. Okay, now remember, we want also to download RStudio. Okay, now after that, we move on how to download RStudio because we need both of them on our computers. Okay, how do we download and install R? Like I mentioned, all you need to do, you can copy this link and paste it in Google. Okay, Susan, kindly share the link again for RStudio in the chat. Oh, Thomas, thank you. They're pasting the same link in the chat. All you need to do, pick it, put it in Google, or check the materials that we sent. The moment you put it, the moment you paste it in Google, it is going to take you to a page where you need to scroll down until where you see RStudio desktop, then there is free. And then you click on download. If you click on download, it is going to bring, you're going to see this particular page. I'm just showing you a snapshot of what you're going to see. And then what you're going to do, you're going to move to.
Just a minute. Can you please give me some attention here? Please don't post about certificate. Please don't post about sharing the material you will be get. Ask questions that relate to installation. We are getting a lot of questions and we cannot handle it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Thomas, for that. Download RStudio for Windows. The moment you click that, like R, you're still going to get an installation file for RStudio. And it's the same thing that you're going to do. You follow the prompts, and then after that, and the moment you get an installation file for RStudio, you click on it, and then you follow the prompts until you click finish. So in that particular case, you'll have RStudio installed on your computer. So we need both. We need R and we also need RStudio. Such that by the end of the day, our analysis is going to become simple because RStudio works along with R, and you cannot, though you can use R independently, but you cannot work with RStudio alone without R. Okay. All right. Now, let me ask in the chat. So, can I proceed? Is it okay? Can we continue? Okay. Okay, sure. Okay. Now, our next step is we want to launch R and RStudio. Okay. Now, I want you to go, if you have R, because as you're installing, you're going to have R on your computers. Can you click on the R icon? Okay. Now, if I click on the, I want you to click on R, okay? I want you to click on RStudio. And then I'm going to show you how it looks like. I'm trying to open mine. So let me share a screen to show you how your screen is supposed to look like. So in case you click on R, okay, if you click on the R icon on your computer, the moment it opens, this is how your face is going to look like. It will show you that is R version 4.1.2, what you've just downloaded, all right? And then also it will give you some more information that you can read about, that is a free software that comes with absolutely no warranty and so on. So the moment you open R, this is how your interface is going to look like. Okay, and down here, if you're seeing, if you're seeing there is a console, then there is terminal, and then there is jobs. But what is almost interested in the console, because in this is the interface where we are going to be working with our commands. Like I mentioned earlier, you can write your commands here without having RStudio. But however, RStudio is very important because with it, you can be able to write in your commands, and then the R commands are executed in the R console. Okay, so this is how R looks like. So in case you want to launch the RStudio, what you are going to do, you're going to come up here and say File, and then you'll ask for a new file. You come ask for a new file, and then you move and you get an R script. Okay, Ismail is saying that mine shows R console only. Yes, that is what R alone is supposed to show. Okay, but now go back and click on the RStudio icon. Ismail, click on the RStudio icon. The moment you click on the RStudio icon, it will come with both the R and then the RStudio. Now, as we move on, I just want to explain this interface. Then I'll come and confirm with. I'll get to the chat and confirm with everyone to see if you've been able to come up with this. All right. Within when you open RStudio, you're supposed to have 4 faces, 4 windows. You're supposed to have this one here, okay, which is a free. It's a window. It is free. There is nothing. You're only seeing number 1 and then a blink, okay, but you've not written anything. So when you're looking at this upper part, you're looking on your left, but the upper square. What we are having there, it's what we call the RStudio interface or the RStudio window. How did I get it? All I did, I went to File. After File, I moved on to New File, and then I clicked R script, because the commands that we are going to be running we are going to write them in what we call an R script. It's like, okay, let's say like a Word document, but in this particular case, we call it an R script. So what you do, you move and click on it. The moment you click on it, it will open this particular window up here. If you're seeing very well, it is untitled, implying that, you can name it, you can give it any name that you want. All right. Now, when you come to the bottom on your left again, what we are having is the R console, or it's now where R is. What will be happening we'll be writing our codes in the RStudio in this upper section, the left upper section or window. All the commands that we'll be writing up there, we'll run them, and the results will be seeing them in the R console. Okay, you can move these interfaces to any size that you want. And then when you come on your right, the upper window, we have what we call, within that window, we have environment, we have history, we have connections, we have tutorial. As we move on, we are going to see what all these mean. Within the environment, we'll be able to see that, well, in case we call data into R, how do we see that data has been called correctly? So the environment window will support that. Right? And then the history, like the way you hear the word, it will be able to support us skip the various projects that we've been working on, plus as well as the libraries that we'll import. But I don't want to talk about this right now. And then when you move on to the tutorial, in case maybe it gives you some basics that can support you to learn R. All right, within the tutorials, you can be able to go into to support you. How can you learn R, the different data types that are involved, and all that you need to understand on the basics of R. So that is what is under the tutorial. But mostly what we are going to be using is the environment. And then when you look at the box below on your left, it has got files, it has plots. So in case we do some data visualization, all the plottings, they'll all come under the plot window. Like I said, R is an open source. So we are going to be adding certain packages. And so all the packages, we are going to be getting them under that. And then in case you need help, also R has got a help command, which can help you to get more details on how certain commands work. But as we move on, all these things are going to become very familiar to you during the practice. I'm going to stop sharing this. I go back to my the PowerPoint, but still I want to ask in the chat if you've been able to launch R and RStudio on your computers. Okay. Okay, I'm giving you 5 minutes, and then as such that you're able to launch R and RStudio Workspace on your computer.
Hello, just a few clarifications or what. For those with Mac, if you saw Ellen showed a screen with different options. So you need to look for the options where there is Mac. But it's also a bit easier to actually type on Google and just search how do I install R on Mac. It will help you to get it quickly. So please try as much as possible to also have your own self-initiative and don't wait for everything to be done. So within the next 5 minutes, you should be able to actually get to yourself around. Thank you.
Okay. So please, I'm giving you some 5 minutes such that you're able to launch R and RStudio on your computer. The moment you have them downloaded, all you need to do is click on R or click on RStudio. make sure you have this workspace with you. What I'm showing, what I'm showing right now. Okay, Yasin is saying I'm done. I need more dones. I need more people to encourage me that you've been able to download both R and RStudio. Okay. My R doesn't look like yours. Somebody saying that my R doesn't look like yours. Okay, somebody is asking what is how the two are connected, R and RStudio. The point is that the moment you've downloaded both of them on your computer, all you need to do to use a shortcut, just click on RStudio, the icon, and then automatically R will come alongside RStudio. And then you'll be able to have the 4 interfaces. So your screen will be able to look like mine. So somebody is asking, how can we update R? We are going to move on to that step. So can we move on? Not downloading on the tab. You should be able also to download on the tablet. R is a free software. You can download it on your, either on your computer, on your phone, on your tab, anywhere. Okay. How do we download RStudio? Well, I know those questions will keep coming in because of the numbers, but I encourage you to check our materials, all right? The materials that I sent on the different emails, kindly check and follow through. I've already put, Professor Susan and Thomas have posted the PDF with the various steps on how to do the download. Okay, let's move on. Yes. No. It's not. The PDF that I shared shows you how to download R and RStudio. And then the PowerPoints is what I'm sharing right now. Okay, we've gotten colleagues that are saying that, well, how do we update R? So let's move on to that and then see what is happening. I did. Check on your email. Okay, how to update R and RStudio. Like I mentioned earlier, what you've just downloaded, R 4.1.2 is the latest R version. So in case if you launch R and it gives you, for example, 4.1.1, then it implies that you need to update to the latest version. So the option 1 of updating R was to download the newest version. Okay, such that when you install it, it overwrites the old one and you get the current version. So if you download the latest version, it will overwrite what you have on your computer and you'll have the current version. Okay, but in case you don't want to go to that, so what you do, another option. Okay, in case you don't want to download the newest version, just open your R script. Okay, the moment you open your R script, I'm referring to people who have R, but it's an old version. And then for those that have just downloaded R, don't worry, we are going to move on together such that we're on the same page. Okay, so we need, like I said, with R works with different packages, and all these packages are within the R repository. All you need to do, what kind of analysis am I going to do? And then after that, you'll be able to understand, okay, in case I want to do this kind of analysis, this is the kind of package that I need. And then you'll only install that particular package that is directed only to the kind of analysis that you want to do. So if you want to update R, for those who are updating the R to the latest version, go into your RStudio, okay? That is on your left-hand side if you launched RStudio. In the upper left, in the upper window. So what you're going to do, you're going to click, you're going to type install the packages, and then in bracket you put installer, and then you write library, because we need to load the package that you've downloaded, and then we'll write the update R. Maybe I can go to my R and I show you how to do that. But those are the steps that we need to follow. Okay. Now, if you are to do that, just go back in your R. Okay. What you're going to do, we need to install, in case you need to install R, the package that you need to update R, it is called install R. So you type install.packages, okay? And then within the packages, type in the package installer. Install then R, okay? That is the package that you need. You need to first install this package, all right? The moment you run this, it will, you're going to see that it has to run in the R console. I don't want to update, I don't want to install it on my computer because I already have the latest version. I updated to the latest version. The moment that the installation is successful, all you need to do is you need to load that library. So it is library, then install R. Like I mentioned, I already have it with me. Then what you need to do is to run. The moment you run it, it will show you down here that it has been successfully loaded. And then after that, you need to write the word update. You write update, and then at the end you put capital R. Okay? Oh, that is the command that you need. And then the moment you write it there, all you need to do is to come and run here. If you're seeing where I've put in my cursor, you come and click here, run, and automatically you give it some little time and then it will run. And after running, I'm going to show you the window it's supposed to bring to show you that you've successfully updated R. But all you need are these 3 steps. We need the install R package. After installing it on your computer, you need to load it as a library to tell R, yes, I've installed, but now I need to use the installer R. And then after that, on the 3rd step is update R. The moment you write it there and you run, you have to give it some time such that it is able to update the version you have to the current version. So let me stop sharing and then I show you what you're supposed to get after updating your R version. Okay, this is what you're supposed to have. After it running, it will bring up a pop out that shows that okay, after updating, because like I told you earlier that I'm using the latest version. So it will be able to communicate to you that you are now using the latest R version, which is 4.1.2. So I'm giving you some 2 minutes for those who are updating R to confirm to me in the chat if you've managed to be able to do it. first install. Okay. Somebody saying update. Okay, updating. Done. I told you there are different options. You can overwrite by downloading the new one direct, or you can use just the free steps that I have showed. You can still type the same. You can still type the same commands in the R console. Let me show you how to do that. Okay. So, okay, we can do the same. Why we use the RStudio most of the time is that we are able to save our commands. Okay, that's why I told you we need RStudio to work together with R. So for those of you are saying that you only have you're using R, what you can do, you can still come in your in the R console and then also type in install. Okay, you type in the same words, install.packages, okay, and then you type install R. Within R, okay, so where I am, in this case, you're not going to run anything. All you need to do is to enter. On your computer, you just enter and you move on to the next step. And then after that, after entering and it has downloaded, then you type library in bracket install R, and also write update R, but R has to be capital, and then in bracket you leave it open. Maybe I also need to say that there are many ways on how you can update R. Like we say that it's an open software. Maybe somebody else on internet has also come up with a more simpler way on how to update R. So the point is that most of the challenges we face in our programming language, the solutions are already there. All you need to do is to put in just a little effort and try to put maybe the error that you get online, and then you'll find that already somebody got that problem and it has been answered. Since it is a free programming language that is open, so sometimes issues come up and they are being answered immediately. Okay. So let me ask in the chat, can somebody confirm to me that you've received a message, those who have been updating, that you've been able to update to the newest version? Anyone to confirm to me? Okay. Karimi, thank you. All right. Stephen, Samuel, yes, I've updated. Please wait a minute. Mine is updated, yes. Let me get more. Great. Okay, somebody have also received the message, updated. In case you have a problem or you're getting an error, like we said, post the just post that error in the chat, and then my colleagues will support out. It could be maybe just something very small that needs to be, or you did not put in the commands well. And at the same time, like I mentioned, you're supposed to be using the latest version. Most of those errors that you're getting, it could be Done, it is updated, no need to update. Okay. So some are saying they've got internet issues. So, I mean, for such things, we don't have control over them. Why does R need to be reinstalled? Remember, like I said, it's an open source. So the R community keeps on improving R in different ways to support big data analysis. So it is the reason as to why most of the time we need to work with the latest version. It could be maybe in the version 4.1.1, it had a missing package that has been developed recently. So it implies that in the newest version, then the package that was missing in the previous version has been added. So it is a reason that you need to update R. Okay. All right. So I'm asking again, can I continue? Can we move on? Okay. That was just another alternative. Okay, now let's move on. Also, like the way we've updated R, it is also important to update RStudio. Okay. So if you've been able to update R successfully, kindly also move on to update to the newest RStudio version. And also the procedure is very easy. Still go where you launched R, okay? We are going to move on to the help menu and then we'll select check for updates. Now I'm going to show my R and then show you how to do it. Okay, back to R. Now, when you come to RStudio, so this is what is happening. If you've opened your interface, okay, when you come up here, where there is RStudio, okay, we are saying file, edit, code, view, plot, session, and so on. Just come to where there is help, okay? You click on it. The moment you click on help, it will give you a pop down. Come to the pop down and click check for updates. Okay, you'll click on check for updates. The moment you click on that, give it some time and then it will update. And it is also supposed to give you a prompt to show you that now you're using the latest RStudio for those who are updating. Most of the time when you're installing again, it will give you the latest version. Okay, you come to help and then check for updates. Okay, so this is what it will show you, that you're using the newest version of RStudio. And all you need to do is to click OK, and then it implies that you're good to go. Okay, so if RStudio is updated, it will show you this particular version. Otherwise, it will direct you, the moment you click check for updates, it will direct you to the website to download the latest version. So still all you need to do is to follow the prompts that it is giving you. And then you allow it to update RStudio. Let me ask in the chat. Okay, yeah, the moment it shows you that you're using the newest version, you're good to go. You just leave it there. Yes, got message, I have the latest version, great. Yes, the moment you see that message, you just click OK, and then we are good to move on. Mine is latest, good to go, updated, great. Okay. So can I move on now that we've got R and RStudio and we've managed to update for those of us who had the packages already. So now we need to dive into what R is all about. How are we going to start with R? How are we going to do the analysis that we're supposed to do? Okay. Tim is saying that now my page looks like yours. That is good. I'm giving you 3 minutes. Please, we need now to move on. How to install the packages, we're going to look at that. Even packages can be updated. Let's go slow. Where? Where? As you're posting the questions in the Q&A, kindly check the answers, the responses, because they're answering all the questions. Check there. If you're updating R, remember R is out of the bracket. It should not be inside. Like any programming language, if you type something that is wrong, automatically it will give you an error. It is update R, then you open brackets. The R is not supposed to be in the brackets. Okay. Some of them are posting many questions. No data loss during updating R and RStudio? No. Okay, so let me ask again. Can I proceed or I give you 1 minute? Yes, you're supposed to run. If you're in the RStudio, you're supposed to run all those lines. In case you've written the codes in R, in the R console, you're supposed to just enter. Okay. So I'm receiving many notifications that I proceed. I'm updating RStudio. Please continue, because by the end of the day, I wait. Okay, I'm giving you 1 minute and I continue. Somebody's asking what to write in the R console. I said you can either write the commands in the RStudio or you can write the commands in the R console. Okay. Just somebody saying, okay, I'm just going back for just a second. How do you update R? In case you're not using the newest version, just open an R script, okay? All you need are these 3 lines. I assume that if you are just updating R, I have a feeling that maybe you've used it before. I might be wrong. So open the R script, okay? Within your RStudio, though I'm still going to show all this. Type install.packages, and then in bracket, put in quotations, install R, okay? Ensure that you're using the right, the correct spellings such that it doesn't complain or give you an error. Then later, you need to launch the install R, okay, by loading it under the library command. And then the moment you write the word update, updates R is supposed to be capital. And then all you need is to run these commands in your RStudio, and it will automatically tell you that you are using the latest version. So if you're using a version that is below 4.1.2, you need to update to the latest one. When we come to the RStudio, it is very easy. All we need to do is we are going to go in the help menu and then select check for updates like I showed you. So you go to RStudio, click help in the RStudio, then from the prompt that comes, then you click check for updates. Otherwise, it will direct you, if you're not using the latest version, it will direct you on, you'll have to follow the prompts that come up. It will show you how you are going to come to get the latest version. But at the end of the day, this is what is supposed to show you, that now you're good to go. Both your R and RStudio are updated. Okay. Just in the chat, how to load RStudio. My internet was slow. If you've downloaded RStudio and you've downloaded R, you don't need internet anymore because now you have everything on your computer. You only need internet to download R and RStudio. The moment you have them, you are good to go. You don't need internet anymore. Okay, now let me ask again. Can I proceed? I continue? Please type in the chat. Okay. All right, let's move on. Great. Now let's get to know about more details on how we are going to use R. Good. I'm so happy that we've managed to install R and RStudio at the same time, and we've been able to launch them on our computers, and we are able to see the interface so that in case maybe you're working and you find somebody who has opened R on their computer, you can be able to tell that, yes, this person is using R. Okay, so now let's move on. R and its associated packages. All right, like I mentioned earlier, when you're going to do analysis, each analysis calls for a different package. Okay, and all these packages are inbuilt in R. Actually, R has got more than, I don't know, 1,000 packages, which you cannot install all of them. So all you need to do is you need to know what package do I need, because I mean, you cannot install everything. You only need to install what you need. Okay, so as we move on in our training, we'll be adding different packages. So, and I'll be explaining to you that we need this package because of A, B, C, and D, such that we only install what we need. Okay, so as we move on within R again, this pack, as we will be adding packages per package, what we need is what we add. So you'll find that maybe for the start of today, we can have like 4 packages, but by the time the training ends, we have, for example, like maybe 10 packages or 10, depending on the analysis that you're going to do. So what we need to understand is that how do we add these packages? Like what I showed when you're updating, all right? We are going to use a command that is install.packages. This is the command that we are going to use. Of course, there are various options. And then inside the install.packages, you type in the package name that you want, all right? Or, I mean, somebody else can say, no, in RStudio, you can go onto the tools icon and then you move direct to install packages in RStudio. That is also another option. Most of the time, in case you're overwhelmed, it is also possible that you can search on you can ask Google that I want to do this. Well, how can I get this package? And then it will still show you. I'll go through all this when I get to the practicals. At the same time, still in R, when you check on the right-hand side, the bottom box, it has packages, what I showed you. I'm still going to show you again, and shows you how to get still the packages installed. You can install multiple packages at a go, or you can install one package one by one. For example, we have got a package called ReadXL. This package is going to support us to read Excel files into R, because we need to get the Excel files, because you remember, you go to the field, you collect data, you put in Excel, but then after Excel, you need, how do you get that data into R? So in that particular case, we'll need a package called ReadXL. All these packages are already in R. All you need is to install them and then load them by using library. Okay, let's also, I've already shown this option. I'm not going to go through it again. And apart from loading the packages, also R has got, maybe let me practically do that before I proceed. Okay, let me open my R. I've already shown you this. Okay, maybe from the materials that I sent, I shared with you a script that is called Salary R. But before we go there, this is what I was talking about. That when you open an R script, whenever you're adding a package, you're going to use a command that is install.packages. Okay? This is the command that you're always going to use. And then inside that bracket, you put the package name that you want. For example, like I mentioned, I said I need ReadXL. Okay, so I'll tell R to install for me ReadXL. Why? Because it will support me to get my data from Excel to R. Okay, and then after that, always after installing, you have to launch or load that library. And then you have to come down and say library, okay? And then you write ReadXL, okay? And also the same will apply to other packages. They don't have the PowerPoint. Please share with them. Okay, so this is what I was explaining. And then also I talked about, when you look where I'm moving the cursor, look at my on the right-hand side by the bottom, there's also what we call packages. You click on it and then it will give you two options. Do you want to update? Do you want to install? So in case you click install, then it will ask you, what package do you want to be installed? And then you write the name of the package that you want. For example, in case I mentioned that I want to install ReadXL, already the package is there. After putting it there, you'll come and click install. And then you give it time to install. Or you might say that, no, I want to update the packages. All you need to do is to click packages and then click update. All right, that is also another option. And then the packages are clicked automatically. But you can also use install the packages and put the package that you want inside the brackets. Okay, now let's go back and I share my PowerPoint again. All right, so that is the bit that I was talking about. Also, R has got an help command, because like sometimes you might want to use something, but you don't have enough knowledge on how you're going to use it. So within R, you can use the help command. You type help, and then in the brackets, Yeah, check on your email. Okay. You can use help, and then in bracket you type in what you want to inquire about. I'm going to do that also in R, and then we see it. At the same time, R can be used as a base calculator. For example, in case you want to add something, or you want to multiply, you want to divide, and so on. But then the other thing that is also important that we need to note is that R uses an equal sign or a less or that minus sign. It is to assign values to a variable name. For example, you can say that my x is equal to 2. You're telling R that your x is equal to 2, or you can say x is less minus 2. They mean the same thing. R is case sensitive. So in case you use capital X up, then when you come down, you're supposed to use still the same X, if it's small, or if it is what, or if it is capital. Now let me go back briefly, and then I show you that. Okay, I'm sharing R again. I said that I mentioned that sometimes you are not so sure about something. For example, you can ask R and you say help. Maybe you can type help in bracket. Maybe you want to know about what is involved in mean. So in case you're in the RStudio and you asked help about mean, you come and click here. You run the current line. The moment you click on it, okay, the moment you click on help mean, come and see what is happening in the, check on your right-hand side, but in the bottom window where there is help. It will show you that, you know what, now it will tell you that, it will give you the description of what you're asking. It will give you the usage, how do you use mean, and also the various arguments that you're supposed to put inside the mean command, okay, and so on. It gives you some details that you can follow, as well as also examples. Like when you move down, it will show you that, okay, you want to calculate the mean, but how do you do it? Okay, or in case you don't use help, you can put a question mark, and then in bracket you put mean, and you also run the command again. It will still give you the same thing. However, what you have to note in mind is that the moment you run the commands in your RStudio, you will see them in the R console being executed down here. You see them being executed in the R console. All right. I mentioned that you can do everything in your RStudio, but RStudio, the results are being executed in the R console. Or you can decide to use the R console alone, but it's always good that you work with them together. I said that you can use R as a calculator. For example, still on your computer, you can just type, for example, on a new line, 2 + 2, and then you click run. The moment you click run, when you look, you're going to see the results in the R console. It will give you those results. Okay, you can say 50 divided by 5. And then the moment you run, it will give you the result down in the R console, and so on, depending on any other manipulation that you want. All right, I mentioned that you can as well assign variables in R. For example, you can say that my X, we said you can either use an equal sign, that X is equal to 10. X could be anything. It could be age, it could be weight, whatever variable you want to mention it. So you can say, you can tell R that my X is equal to 10. You come and run it there. Now, when you look in your environment, Okay, this is what I told you, that now the environment will install whatever that you're doing. Okay, that now you've installed X that is equal to 10. When you look in your environment, it will tell you that value of X, you've assigned it 10. So you can come on the second line and say 10 plus X. Because I'm putting X because R already knows in the memory that you've assigned it to be 10. So when you come on the second line, the moment you run it and you look in your console, okay, it will show you that 10 plus X is equal to 20. It is able to give you the answer because you assigned it that your X is equal to 10. Or somebody else can say that, no, let me say X, or I can say H is less than dash, for example, equal to 6. We are still assigning variables, okay? You write it like that. The moment you write and then you run, if you run it, it will get recorded in the environment, okay? And then also you can say that maybe you can use a name. For example, you can say that age is less or equal to, let's say 20. And then the moment you run, it will show you that age is equal to 20. And you'll also see it in the R console. Okay, let me ask in the chat, are we on the same page? So you mean less is the same as equals? Yes, Francis, it's the same. It is less minus. Less minus, it is the same as equals. All right. Okay, great. Now, okay, great. We'll keep moving on. We'll be able to add more packages. So, but the point is that, remember, as you're going to do your analysis, you'll be assigning variables. Maybe you go to the field and you've collected some data, you'll give it a variable name. And still, in a simpler way, that's the way you can do it in R, and tell it that my variable name so and so, you label it, and then you'll be able to, R will be able to store it in the environment. Okay. All right, let's proceed. I'm going to stop sharing this again and briefly go back to the PowerPoint. All right, now, for example, now we've seen that you can use R, the basic concepts in R, you can use it as a calculator, or you can be able to assign variables by either using an equal sign or a less dash, not less only. For instance, it is less dash. Both of them are assigning, they can support you to assign variables. I still mention that R is case sensitive in case you're using age with a capital A, capital AGE, still you have to maintain it, because when you reach somewhere and you use a small a, then it implies that R will look at it differently. Okay, also, as we move on, it is always important to understand our data, how our data works. So as we move on, some of the data could be, we're going to look at different levels of measurements. Could be categorical, could be categorized in nature, or could be continuous in nature. Okay, for example, maybe if you're looking at the type of colors, we've got many colors: blue, red, yellow, green. That, I mean, color is the variable, but it has been categorized into blue, yellow, red. Okay, so in that particular case, still, as we move on to the analysis, you need to tell R that no, basing on a variable color, you need to look at it as a categorized variable. Okay, so, and in that particular case, R will always store categorized their variables as a factor. So we'll be using the factor command all the time to see that we report to R that you're using a factor if your variable is categorized. Okay, now let's move on. As we move on, we want to learn how do we get data into R. There's what we call a data frame. The way you see an Excel sheet. Within an Excel sheet, all right, a typical example in a layman's language, an Excel sheet is a data frame because it typically represents a spreadsheet showing you the different columns and then the different rows. For example, in case this is my Excel sheet or my spreadsheet, on the columns, I'm having what we call variables. For example, in this case, I've got rank, discipline, yes, since blah blah. And then in the rows, where you're seeing these rows, I've got my data that has been collected. And I mean, this is the data that you're going to collect at the end of the day, whether you go to the field, whether you're doing plant bleeding, whether you're doing what, you're going to do data collection. And I guess still, as we move journey in our training, we're going to see how do you collect data and so on. But now let's get familiarized with R and see what we are going to do with it. All right. So among the characteristics of the data frame, call it the spreadsheet or the Excel sheet that you're having, the column should be non-empty. Like I mentioned, you put in your variables. The rows will be unique. And then the data that you've stored in the spreadsheet, or what we call the data frame, that is the language of R, can be either numeric, that is numbers, okay, 9, 10, blah, blah, or integers, all those are numerics, or a factor, like I said, the ones that are categorized in nature, or it could be a character type. For example, you can type somebody's name like Helen. It's a character type example of a data, okay? And then each column should contain some number of dataset items, but we're going to look at that. Now, it is also important as we move on to understand our data, okay? Because all these things, they'll give us a foundation on how you're going to analyze your data at the end of the day. Remember, what you feed into the computer, it's what it brings out. You give it garbage, it will give you garbage. But you need to understand first how your data looks like. Okay, so here we are having different levels of measurements, just some definitions, a quick ones. We have a variable and then the attributes. A quick example of a variable I've already mentioned, for example, color, and then the attributes would be the different categories, blue, yellow, red. With gender as a variable, it could be a gender. We know it is two. Either somebody is a female or a male. Okay, a variable, it is something that you want to start up on. So as we move on, we need to first understand our variables very, very well. Now, there is always a relationship between the variables and the attributes, okay, that are being assigned. For example, in case I consider my variable as party affiliation, and then among these parties that I'm considering, you know, for example, if you're talking about politics, the politics in Uganda or politics anywhere, usually politicians have got different parties, okay? And in this particular example, I've got Republican, Independent, or Democratic. So as you move out to your field, or as you move out, maybe you're collecting data, you've given possible options for a participant to select from. So you might get a certain respondent who will be a Republican, maybe, and another respondent is Democrat or an independent one. But most of the time, depending on how you want to assign them, some people go ahead and assign the attributes with values like the moment somebody mentions 1, I'll take that to be a Republican. The moment somebody mentions 2, that will be independent. And then the moment somebody mentions 3, that will be a Democrat. So it depends. In R, it is also the same story. You can call the values or you can use the attributes direct. Okay, but it is important that from your data to understand whether the variable that you're considering is nominal, is ordinal, an interval, or a ratio. Sometimes when it comes to nominal, why the level of measurements are very important, because these are the basics of all your data. You need to understand them very well. When it comes to the nominal, like the name of your variable does not imply any ordering. Okay, for example, the moment you talk about like color could be black, yellow, red. it's nominal. There is nothing like ordering or possibilities that can be followed. Yet for the case of ordinal, there is some ranking that is involved. For example, you can say the days of the week. They are ordinal in nature. If you've got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and so on. Okay, and when it comes to interval ratio, most of the time this can also refer to as scales. With the interval, for example, you can take about the distance between attributes. For example, maybe the distance from point A to point B. It could be 30 to 40. Though, and it would be the same distance when somebody measures 70 to 80 because it is the same range. That is an interval. And then when you push on, it is very important to understand that also a ratio as a level of measurement. In this particular case, even 0 is very meaningful. For example, you can say a baby is 0 age, a baby that has just been born. So that is a ratio, an absolute 0. It is it attaches a meaning. All right. And then it is important to understand these different levels of measurements because they help us to decide what right statistical analysis are we going to use, and also how best are we going to interpret our data. All right. So these are on all the data that you're going to see in the different fields, whether your variables could be nominal, ordinal, interval, or ratio. But like I said, with interval ratio, most of the time we refer to them as scales or numerics. Okay, now, as we move on to the analysis, it is always important to understand your variable. Is it categorical in nature? Is it scale in nature? If it is categorical, what method of analysis are you going to use? In case you don't want to use the method of, in case you want to do visualization, if it's categorical in nature, what visualization, what type of visualization are you going to use? If it is a scale, the method of analysis we'll be using to be summary statistics, and then we can go into a histogram. Okay, and then that is for univariate analysis. And then when it comes to bivariate analysis, I mean, we're going to go into all the things into details, but it's just to get a feel on what we are supposed to be doing. So in case you've got a nominal or an ordinal variable, automatically those are categorical in nature. And under univariate analysis, we'll be only considering one variable. And then with bivariate analysis, as you hear the word bi, we'll be looking at the relationship between two variables, between an independent and an dependent variable. All this information, you need it as you push on to do the analysis. Okay. Now we are turning into the practicals. Like I mentioned, when Professor Susan was introducing, talked about the R markdown, but I think we'll look at it as we move on. For today, let's start with the R script. Okay, how do we get an R script? Then after that, we see the different codings. How are we going to import data? So all our codings are within the RStudio. We'll be writing them in what we call an R script. The window within R, it is called an R script. So we're going to see how do we get an R script that I showed you earlier. Okay, we'll also move on. You're going to find this the comment icon, this ladder here, where I'm putting my cursor. Sometimes when you're writing your codes in R, maybe you might fail to store them in your brain for a long time. So sometimes we make comments as reminders. So R will look at it as inactive, but it helps you in case you're going back to do your revision, such that you're able to follow up very easily. So now what we are going to do now, we are going to see how do we import data in R. I sent data for workers' salary. I don't know if everyone has it. Now, our next step is we are going to see how do we import different data sets into R. Okay, let me ask in the chat, do you have the data set that I sent? Okay, some are saying yes. Kindly help me share the data sets in the chat. The majority are saying yes. Okay, fine. So that when you collect data, the moment you have your data in your Excel sheet, it can either be saved as a CSV file or an Excel file or a tab delimited file, depending. And it's quite interesting that also within R, you can be able to import other files from SAS, from SPSS, from Stata, and then you can also put them into what? Into R. But what we are going, the most common one that are being used today, we are going to see in case you've got your data in Excel, how do you import it in R? All right. Okay, so we are going to use there are many options, but we are going to use, depending on which one you really like most, we are going to see that the one that is easy for you, because by the end of the day, you pick what is easy for you. And then we need, among the packages that we're going to use, you need to install readr. Okay, this one is going to help you or to help us to import data that has been saved as CSV files. And then the readxl is to import Excel files. Now, I'm going to go back in R. I'm going to open my script that I sent you, the salary R script, and then show you what we are supposed to do. Now, our next step is to get data in R. Okay, I'm sharing this. This is what I sent you. Hope you're seeing my Excel. I sent you an Excel sheet for salary. We've got various variables in it. We've got rank, discipline, year of service, year of service, year of experience, years since PhD, then years of service, we've got the sex, we've got the salary. As far as this data is concerned, maybe I didn't mention to you that our programming language has got inbuilt data already that can support different people to understand how they can use their different packages. So I still got this data from R, from their repository. So this data was about, they wanted to check whether a professorial rank has a relation to the salary this person is getting. Okay, this is just data that is going to support us to understand most of the things. So you've got a rank of a professor, we've got the discipline. Okay, it could be sciences or it could be humanities or sciences, then the years since PhD, the years of service, the sex, and then the salary. Now, what we want to do, we want to import this data in R, and then we move on with the analysis. And then the other thing that I shared, which I want to show you, is again still on the data set, I shared the salary R script because it's what I'm going to use. Let me hope that everyone, for now, we are going to use the salary R script. So if you can click on it and then it will load. Okay, let me stop sharing that. And okay, I'm going now to open the salary scripts. Also open the salary scripts that you have. Okay. Open your RStudio. So here we are. Are you able to see what I'm showing? Remember, what's our main aim here is to see how are we going to load R? How are we going to import our data from Excel to R? Like I mentioned earlier, there are specific packages that we need. Within the salary R script that you have, I've already put for you the packages that we need. For example, we need tidyverse. This one is going to support us in manipulation, in data manipulation. We've not reached there. then the learner R. By the way, for this one, you can, for now, you can install it, or we can comment on it, since we might not need it immediately. I've commented it, but you can run it. Then we need read XL. Read XL is going to support us to import data that is saved as XLXSX, the Excel sheet. And then read R, it is going to help us to import data that is saved as CSV. And then dplyr, it is also for data manipulation. Okay. In case you have the dataset Saralis that I sent, when you look at it, it has got an extension, Saralis.csv. That is the extension I'm talking about. And at the same time, also, I sent the one that has got XLSX. Okay, that is also another extension on how you can import this data. Okay, I sent work salaries. You can check how I saved it. I sent both of them. The one that is saved as CSV, and the one that I sent as XLSX. Okay. Let me ask in the chat, are we on the same page? Okay. A bit. Okay. Miss, please, we are going to use what we are going to use. Our main aim, we are going to see how to import data. Among the materials that we sent, I sent you a data set that is labeled, an Excel data set that is labeled work salaries.csv, and another one that is labeled work salaries another one that is labeled work salaries .xlsx. Okay, and my colleagues are also resending again in the chat. Now, what we are going to do first. Okay, kindly check in the chat. They have resent everything for those that didn't get the materials. Now, what we are going to do first is to install the packages. Let's go step by step. Let's install the packages. What command are we using? Install.packages. And then inside the bracket in the inverted commas, you put in the package that we are going to use. So let's first do step number one. We are going to first look at open a new script, okay? And then we work with each other, because what I know, you don't have these packages installed. So you need to install them. So what you need to do, install packages. So we start with Tidyverse. The moment you click on Tidyverse, come and click run, okay? You click run and then give it time to install. Come and do the same to read XL. Click run, do the same. On each line, dplyr and then read R. It is small. Okay. It doesn't matter. If you're installing the different packages, it doesn't matter the type of package you're starting with. Okay, now let's install Tidyverse. We install readLXL, readR, then dplyr. Let me check in the chat. We are now installing the packages before loading them. We are starting with installing only. Kindly work, install Tidyverse, install packages, then we have another one, readXL, then readR, and then dplyr. Somebody's asking that I repeat on how to install. We use, if you want to install, kindly help me share the scripts, the Celery script. We use a command install.packages. Okay, that is the command we use, install.packages. But inside the brackets, then you type in the package name that you want. Okay, whatever you're seeing inside here, these are the packages that are going to support us to see that. No, the R package we are using, it is salary.r. Leave the rest, we'll use them as we move on. Right now, we are using salary.r. The other scripts that I sent, we don't need them at the moment. Use only salary.r script. And now we are moving on to install the packages, because if they're not installed on your computer, you won't be able to do the other analysis that you need to do ahead. So let me ask in the chat, have you been able to install Tidyverse, readXL, readR, and dplyr, dplyr? I'm giving you some minutes. Please, we need all of them. Let's first install, that is the step we are on. Okay. After installing, then we'll move on to the next step. Okay, yes, I'm giving you some few minutes like that. The R script has been posted again. Please pick it from the chat and then we continue. Make sure you put the correct spellings of the packages. Otherwise, some of you, the comments that you're posting are far from what we are doing. The script I'm talking about is the one of salary. And then we are using worksalaries.csv or worksalaries.xl, even the one with Excel. So we are going to see how do we import the data in R. Okay, so are we done with the first step? Can we move on? After installing the packages, okay, now we need to load them. After installing them, you need to load and tell R that, you know what, these are the packages that I want to use. So we load them by using a command called library. Okay, now move on further. We are going to use the command library. And now inside the library, when you're putting library, please don't put in inverted commas. That's why you're getting an error. Now this time around, just inside the bracket, library, just put Tidyverse, learnr, dplyr, then read XL, and then read R. Hmm? When you're loading the packages, don't put them in inverted commas. Kindly look at my script. Prof, how do I zoom it out? How do I zoom it? Okay. Okay. So let me ask in the chat. I want to zoom. To make this window. You go now. Okay. Is that okay? I want to zoom to make my screen bigger. I've used something different. Okay. All right. No, I just used the view, then zoom in. Hey, it's Control++. Okay. All right, now let's move on. Let me ask in the chat, have you been able to load the libraries? Kindly type in the chat if we can continue. If you've been able to install the libraries. Some help? Okay, finally, I've got them. Okay, so I'm seeing that continue, proceed. Okay, now let's load our libraries by using library command. All the packages that we have installed, we need to load them using the library command. So now load all of them. Tidyverse, dplyr, learner R, readxl, and then read R. Like I mentioned, some of Tidyverse is going to allow to support us in data manipulation. We are going to do that. Then learner R, as we are importing data. And then readxl, still in importing data, depending on how your data, how the Excel sheet has been saved, whether it's in Excel or it is in the CSV, and then also the read R. Okay, so after loading the libraries, now we need to set the working directorate. Or, but remember, these please display the, please you're fast. Okay, I'm going to slow down. Type all of them in one bracket. You can do multiple installation. Still somebody saying I'm still loading packages. Why is Ella in dplyr? For now, we can put control on learner R. You cannot load the packages unless if you have installed. How do I know that my installation has been successful? So, okay. I never wanted to reinstall again. Okay, let me run one. I never wanted to reinstall again because I already have them on my computer, but let me run one. For example, in case if I come to install.packages read R and I click run, what happens when you check in your console? You're seeing a red button and a lot is happening. You can see there is a pop out at a 60, is showing you that it's downloading. And if you look in the R console, the moment it is successful, I'm hoping that you're seeing my screen. It is showing me that package read R successfully unpacked. So the moment you get the black at the end, it will tell you that, you know what, the package that you requested for has been successfully unpacked, and it no longer brings you the reds, but you only see the black. And the moment it has been installed successfully, when you come to load the library, for example, if I'm to load Tidyverse, okay, when you look in your R console, you see that it will show you successful loading. It will not bring an error. So it will have library, Tidyverse, and within it, it will give you various packages that are entailed in there. You move on to the next, for example, if you run dplyr, you'll just see a blue line in the R console, no errors. You do the same with readxl, and then you do the same with read R. Okay, so when you check in your console, you will see that whatever you're running in the RStudio, you're seeing the different commands in the R console, and you're not seeing any error. With that, it will show you that you've successfully installed the packages that you need for you to move on to the next step. Okay, let me ask in the chat. They need to install some of the versions. In case you're getting an error about R-Tools, kindly download that package and install it.
Yeah, just excuse me. Try to follow the instruction. Once you're trying to do something and you get an error or you get a link, try to read it. I'm sure they're all written in English for those who know English. So please try to follow the link and see what happens. Your computer will not crash.
Okay. I think you should go back and show how our script can be open. Okay. Okay, let me do that. So, somebody is requesting that I show you how you can open the R script. Great, that I have no problem. So depending on where, if you have the R script already, it implies maybe you installed it somewhere on your computer. So it's where we need to get it from. So there are various possibilities on how you can open the R script, but I'm going to show you the easy one. Let me share my R. Okay, so here we are. All right, now I saved this salary R script on my desktop in a folder called preparations. So I need to navigate and see that I am able to open it from there. Okay, so what you can do, you can kindly first see what I'm doing. You come here where there is RStudio. There is a word called file. Okay, click on file. When you click on file, it opens a drop down. Now move downwards and see the word that is, see open file. You click on it. Now, the moment you click on it, you have to navigate in your computer till you get to the folder where you saved the salary R script. The salary R script is just the name that I saved just for me to be able to remember what exactly I'm working on. However, you can save it, you can give it any other name that is of interest to you. But most of the time, we usually save our data sets or the analysis that we're going to see in relation to what we are going to do, such that we can quickly remember what we're supposed to be doing. So when you click open file, for me, it will take you either to the desktop or to my documents, or depending on where your folder is. So it is taking me direct to preparations, because the folder where I saved or where I stored the R script, it's within this folder, which folder is on my desktop. And then I come and see the salary R script. I click on it and then I command open, and then it will open. So let me ask in the chat. The problem I have is that I can't open from the Gmail. It has disappeared. Make sure that you download the materials and put them on your computer. You're not going to work with the salary script in your Gmail. Kindly share the salary file again in the chat. In case you're getting an error on package called Learner R, for now, first comment it, because we are not going to use it. Yes. They're sharing the materials again in the chat. Please pick them such that we proceed. Okay, I'm seeing somebody saying successful. Why are you not sharing the data script? The one of work salaries.csv and then the one of SV. Please check in the chat. In the chat they have shared. So can we go on? Are we good to go? Okay, within R, how can you open an R script? So what you can do, still watch again. You come on file, okay? You come and click file, and then file, you click new file, and it will take you to R script, okay? If you see what I've opened, a new window, and it is giving me untitled 2. So it implies that at the moment I open this window, I can save it and give it any name that I'm interested in. So after opening this new window, it's the same thing that happened to Sarah, because Sarah is just a name that I saved it. Then you can either click here. If you're seeing the save icon, you can click save, and then you tell your computer, or you tell R where you want to save that R script. In which folder do you want to save your R script? And then here you come and put the file name. You can give it any name. I can put Helen, and then you click save. The moment you click save, it will bring the name that you've given it, that Helen.R. So that will be the name that I've given my script. All R scripts have got an extension R. That is how you can quickly see them, that this file has to be opened in an R programming language. Okay, let me ask in the chat, Have you been able to install and load the files and load the packages? Philip is saying yes. Jeremiah, yes. Okay, great. So after installing, loading, we've also seen how you can save a script and give it a name. For my case, I labeled it script R, okay? Now let's move on. We are good to go. Make sure that all these packages are loaded, because if they are not, then it implies that you're not going to be able to do the rest of the analysis. And one other way for you to solve all these problems, most of the time, if you're using the latest version, R version and RStudio, you'll be getting minor errors, because as they keep developing these programs, they keep updating them. All right? Somebody's using a phone. So how do you advise on that one? Okay, let's move on. Okay, now the next step is what we want to see is that how can we import data? We've been able to load, to install the libraries, and we've been able to load the libraries. Actually, after installation and loading the libraries that you need, like I mentioned, you don't need internet anymore, because everything you have, it's you now to do the manipulation of what you want to do. Okay, there are various options on how you can import data into R. Okay, now the number one, how do you set the working directory? Because you need to tell R that this is the data that I want to use. Okay. What you can do, there are various options. Option number one, maybe I can take you back to my PowerPoints before I show it to you practically. Okay, now option number one, the option number one we are going to use, okay, it is you click on File, then import the data set. Actually, the moment that data set has been successfully loaded into R, these other things are easy to go about, because by the end of that day, that is where all the analysis starts from. So after, you have to successfully import everything. Let's use option number one. We are going to go to File, then import data set. Then we'll go to option number two, and then by the end of today, it will be you to decide what option would you wish to use. I'm going back to R. Okay, there I am. So what I can do, still in my salary R script, it doesn't matter where you're working from. I'm going to go to File, okay, File, then you come import data set. This method is going to support us. It is going to be supported by the readxl library, which you already loaded. So you come and click from Excel, okay, because it's an Excel sheet you're going to load. Then there you come and click on Browse. Then Browse will you're going to be able to, now it will take you to the folder. You have to browse and it will give you a navigation of where you stored, where you saved your data, the folder. Whether if in case you saved it in My Documents, all your folder is on the desktop. When you browse, you have to move up to the end of that, where that folder is where you're supposed to browse, to navigate, and then tell the computer how it is. Okay, so now in that case, remember, now in this case, I'm going to load my work salaries.x XLSX. I click on it and then I click open. Okay. So the moment I click on open, automatically it will give me a data preview. Hope you're seeing what I'm having. Please first watch, then I'll repeat it again. Now it gives me a data preview on how my data looks like. So you see the rank, the discipline, the years since PhD, years in service, and so on. So after that, you can come and click on import. When you check the code preview, it is also telling you that, okay, in this case, we used library read XL. What you're bringing in, it is showing you it is reading the read_XL command, and inside there, it is showing you the path. Okay, let me click import and explain again. The moment I click import, if you click import and you look in your console, it is going to show you what you have done, that you loaded work salaries, and it is using the read_XL command automatically, and it is showing you the navigate path that you used up to the Excel sheet that you're importing. And also down, there is view. This view implies that it is showing you even the data set. For example, in the view, it's in the view, you're able to see your data set. Okay, they're telling me to slow down. Okay, can I repeat, or you? Some of us are having internet problems. In case you're having an internet problem, you will kindly visit the YouTubes. Okay. I'm repeating let me repeat again. First, what we are trying to do, we want to import data, our work salaries that has an extension XLSX. Okay? Because it depends, the different ways on how you've saved your data calls for a different package that you need to use. So I'm going to cross this because I don't want to see it for now. I'm going to close it. Now, I want to import data into R, which is saved as work salaries.xlsx. And then thereafter, I'll also show you another way in case you've saved it as CSV. How do you import it into R? We said option number 1 is very easy. What you do, you go to File. Okay, you go to File, you scroll down up to Import Dataset. The moment you come to Import Dataset, then you go on to from Excel. You click Excel. When you click Excel, this is the window it's going to bring. But now you've not yet directed it to where to get the data from. So what you do, you come to Browse. Okay, you click Browse and start navigating to tell R, you're navigating, taking R where you saved your work salaries data set. So when I click on Browse, remember, this path is different depending on the computer you're using. It is different on my computer and also should be different on yours. But the point is you need to navigate till you get to the folder where you saved that data. So for me, it navigates from the desktop, it goes up to the folder called preparations. The moment it gets to the folder preparations, I need to go inside there and I click on the data set that I want. I want this data set, work salaries.xlsx. I click on it, and then it opens. The advantage with this kind of method, it even shows me the code that is required, the read_XL, read_XL. And also, it goes ahead to give me a data preview that you know the data you're trying to import, this is how it looks like. Okay, and after that, all I need to do is scroll down and click import. I click on it. What it does, look in your console, R console, that is the bottom window on your left. Okay, it has given you a path. If you look at what I've highlighted, it has mentioned that work salaries. This work salaries because it is the name that I gave to my data set. All right, and so it has picked it. In R, we refer work salaries as an object, or it's a name, a data name, a name that it has given to this data that you've imported into R. You can give it any other name that you're interested in because it can change. It has not stopped there. It has given me even the path that is from the computer, given me the path and then up to my data set. It has also given me the view command, this one here. The view, view is saying how my data looks like. It is the one that has been opened in the RStudio. If you're saying here, you can even close this data by clicking here, but this is the data view that you are seeing. That's okay. 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 And then lastly, when you check in your environment, it is very important to note that in case you've successfully loaded your data in R, when you check in your environment, look here, it is showing you the name of the data set, that work salaries. Okay, it is showing you that yes, it is work salaries. It has 397 observations with 6 variables. If you want to view this data set, you can click this particular command, view, you put the name of the data set, or you can click here. Where I'm putting the hand here, you can click that Excel, and it's also another shortcut for view. Data manipulation. Okay, let me ask in the chat, have we been able to import data that is saved as XLSX? Okay. That we are lost. Okay. I'm glad that majority of us have been able to have been able to import the data. And when I look in the chat, many people are asking for a break. So what we are going to do, we are going to give you a break of 10:05. We're going to give you a break of 10 minutes, okay? Relax and stretch a bit. For those of you who are still loading, are trying to load the libraries, okay, let's get back, see that we're on the same page. At 1:05, that is Ugandan time, only 10 minutes, depending on your time zone, such that everyone has successfully loaded data with an extension XLSX. And then we also look at other options. What about the one that is saved as CSV? Okay, have a nice break. Welcome back from the break. Let's continue. Before we broke off, we had seen how to import data in R, the one that is being saved as XLXSX. Now, what we are going to do, that was the first option. Another option, we can go to session and then set working directorate. The same thing, even with option 2, it will ask you to choose a folder where your data set is. Like you have to navigate and tell R where your working directorate is. And the moment you have that, or you can do it manually, but I think I would go with option number 2. So the next bit, what we are going to do is how do we import data that is saved as a CSV, okay? And in that, we use a command called read.csv. The read.csv command, it's the one that supports us to read data that is being saved as, you put the name.csv. So I'm going to go now back to R, and then we see how can we import now the other data that has this extension, where we want to set the working directorate, option number 2. What we are going to do, you start with sessions, then set working directory. Let me close this and I share R. Okay. All right. So sometimes you might see that whatever you're doing is a little crowded in what you're doing, and you want to clean some of the environments where you're working from. So in case you want to clean your console, so I want to clean it such that I create a space, or you can be able to see very well what I'm doing. I click Ctrl+L. Ctrl+L. Okay, you click Ctrl, then L on your computer. Then your console will be clean. Okay, and in case you want to clean your environment, okay, if you want to clean your environment, we use this command, rm in bracket list equal to ls, then bracket. Rm, it is remove, okay, then list equals, now this list, it is the ls shows the different objects that are being saved in the environment. So you just need to type this command to clear your environment. In case I run it, then it implies that my environment will be empty. So it implies that if it is empty, it implies that now there is no data that has been stored there. So if I'm to import that again, I need to go through the same procedures. All right, now that I've made my environment empty, so let's move on to the next step on how we want now to import the data that is saved as CSV. So in case we don't want to, if we don't want to do it manually, I'm just trying to load my libraries again. That is okay. I have no error, so that is fine. What I'm going to do, you can come and click session. Okay, after clicking session, from the drop down, come where there is a set working directory. After setting working directory, you move up to where there is choose directory. Okay, choose directory. So you click on it. The moment you click on it, you're going to do the same thing. You have to navigate in your computer to the folder where you saved this data set. So when I choose the working directory, now my computer is asking me, I need to navigate to the folder where this data is. So my data is not in my documents. So I need to navigate. I saved my data in preparations. So it is showing me from the desktop, then later to my preparations folder. So after that, I click open. The moment I click open, when you look in the R console, this is what it has given me. It has given me the path that's setwd, that is set working directory. It is telling me that on your computer, it shows me how to move to the preparations folder where I saved my data set. So after that, the next step is now I've told R that everything that the data that I'm going to be using, it's within the preparation folder. So I've moved up to the preparation folder. All right. So now I can say, let me label my data. I can call it salaries. I'm just giving an example. So when you check in the salary script, this is what I'm having here. Okay, so this working directory, it's what I copied and I pasted it here in my RStudio, such that now I'm telling RStudio that this is where my data is. So I can run this. The moment I run it and it doesn't give me an error in the R console, then it implies that my path is very okay. So now what I do, I can give a name of the data that I have. I can call my data salaries. This is the name that I chose, but you can give it any other name. Or that salary, it's an object in R, but maybe you can call it anything that you want. And we are using a command, read.csv. That is the command we are using. And then in the brackets, we put in quotation the name of that data set. I saved that data set in my folder. It is called worksalaries.csv. Okay, so I'll use the read.csv command, and then I'm telling R that read for me this data set. So I come at the end here and I run it. The moment I run, for me to be sure that it's correct, come and check in the environment. It has brought me the data name, salaries, the number of variables, the number of observations, and the 6 variables. So here I've successfully been able to import the data set in R. So let me ask in the chat, I'm giving you just 2 minutes to say that you've been able to import your data in R, the CSV file, because the moment you've successfully loaded your data, then the rest of the other business, it's going to be easy. So let me ask in the chat. What we are doing, we are loading the CSV file. Okay, Lydia, I've seen your question. Why you're having 7 variables? It could be it is reading the first column. Maybe what you can do, go back and open the CSV and delete that first column because there's nothing there. It could be the main reason why you're having 7 variables. Delete the first column and then read again, call it again. Can you please take it again? Okay. All right. What we are going to do now, we are importing data, the work salaries data that has been saved as worksalaries.csv. Are we there? So the option, how are we going to import that data? I said step number 1, we set our working directorate. After setting the working directory, then we'll use the read.csv command to call that file, to call that data set. How do you do that? You can do it manually, which is also okay, or you can do it by going to session, okay? Go to session. After session, move down to set working directory, and then move down to choose directory. The moment you get here, you click. Now, the moment you click on that, the next step should be you have to navigate on your computer, all right? And tell R which folder, up to the folder that contains that data set, the worksalaries.csv. Okay? The moment you get to that folder, because it is in this folder where I've got that data set. Now, I come here and I click open.
Okay, I click open. The moment I click open, you will see that in my R console, I've got this line here, set WD, and it is giving me the path on how up to the folder where my data set is, which data set I want to import in R. So you have to navigate in your computer up to that folder where this data set I want to import is. So after that, what you do, your next step is to use the read. You need to use the read.csv command. Okay, this is the command I'm going to use, read.csv. But inside this command, I need now to type in the name of the data set I'm importing, which I saved as worksalaries.csv, the way I have it here. All right. Now, in case I put it inside and I type in worksalaries.csv, that is how it will appear. I can run this command, but sometimes it is good to store, maybe to name, because this line is very long. Sometimes it's good to give it a name. In R, we refer to it as an object. For example, you can remember we looked at the assignment sign, the equal, less or minus, or you can say an equal. And you can say that, no, I'm going to equate the whole of this. And I say, maybe it is less minus, let me label it salaries. Okay, in case you don't want it to be salaries, label it, give it any name. Maybe you can write prof. Okay, and that is your object name that you've given your data set. But the moment you give it this object name will have to appear when you run it in your environment. All right, so in case I run this line here, I click here where there is run, you will see that in the environment, it has read out my object, that is the salaries, the name of the data set, salaries. Remember, I said salaries is less or dash or minus, that I'm assigning this data set to be called salaries. All right, and it is telling me there are 397 observations. Those are the columns I'm having, and then 6 variables. Okay, those are the names in the, so the 397 observations, they are the rows that I have. And then the 6 variables, they are the column names that I have. For you to be able to see how this data looks like, you can come and click here on this icon here, the Excel sheet. You can click on it. The moment you click on it, you'll see that you're able to view how your data looks like. If you're sure that yes, this is the data that I'm importing in R, then you can come and cross here and remove it. Okay, let me ask in the chat again. Have you successfully imported your? Have you successfully imported the? Okay. We are importing worksalaries.csv into R. That is the task that we are having. You have to make sure that the path is right. The path is right. If the path is wrong, then it implies that you will not be in position even to read your data into R. Muluye is saying confused. I don't know why, what is confusing you, but you can post your query in the chat, and then my colleagues will be able to support. Please repeat the last part, viewing the table. Unsuccessful for me. There are only 2 steps involved. Just set the working directorate. The moment the working directorate works fine, Then the next step is use the read.csv command, and in the brackets, put the name of what you named the data set, which is work salaries.csv. Then salaries, which is the object name. Salary is an object name, implying that you can change it. You can give it any other name. It doesn't matter. Okay. Also, please note that where I've put this ladder here, it implies a comment. I'm only putting a comment to give me a reminder that I said that salaries is an object I've created, implying that in case you want to change this particular name, you can give it something else, such that when you come back to revisit your data, you can be able, it just quickly reminds you of what exactly you can do. Remember, we said that the codes are reproducible, implying that even at the end of this particular project, you can reuse your codes in other projects. But the point is understanding what each particular code does. Okay, let me ask again in the chat. If you have a query, post it in the Q&A. My colleagues are happy to answer. Explain why do we have to use, okay, somebody is asking that why do we have to use a working directory? Because you need to tell R your working directory. It's like you're referring R to where your data is. Because my data could be on a desktop, somebody else's data could be on in my documents, others could be on a hard drive. I mean, we've got different places on our computers where we can put our data. So at setting a working directory, it's like telling R that on this particular work that I'm going to do, everything is within this particular folder. So call all things that are within the preparations folder. Me, I'm using the preparation folder. So it is like a navigation, it's a path. You're commanding R that as I get my data, this is the path that I'm supposed to use. So it is your working directory. Where should R pick the work salaries dataset from? So it is that path that you're trying to set. And after setting that, then all you need to do, if it is successful, because this path is very direct, after that, all you need to do is to use the read.csv command. Okay, I'm taking another look in the chat. Yes, in this case, read CSV command, it is for only importing CSV files. Okay, one of the things that you need to know that we import data into Excel, but we save it differently. So looking at the extension that you are using, then it implies that you need to know what exactly that you are supposed to do. If you're getting that no such file or directory, it implies that your the set working directory path is wrong. Okay, that's why it is bringing that for it is not seeing it. But make sure you navigate. You have to first ask yourself, where is the folder on my computer? Which folder on my computer have I put this data set? The work salaries.csv. Which screen? It is not stuck. It is not leading me to CSV. Can you import? I think this is what I'm trying to show you how to do it. Okay, let me repeat this one more last time. Let me close this. And I share my desktop. Now, let me share this on my desktop. Okay, are you seeing what I've shared? Are you seeing a screen with many folders? Okay, great. Okay. All right. Now, this is my desktop. Okay. This is my desktop. From my desktop, I've got many folders. In this folder, but then I have to follow and see which folder exactly did I store my working my working salary data set. And I go further, I check in preparations. Within this preparations folder, it is where I've got this data set that I want to import. Okay. Now I'm showing you, that's why I say that depending on where is the folder where you saved this data that we're importing, it is very important. You have to navigate until you get to that folder. So if I'm to go back again, I showed you my desktop. It has many folders. But among these many folders, there is a folder somewhere where I want to get my data from. So I come and I click here, but still I've not yet reached on that folder. But the folder where my data is, it is preparations. I click on it. Inside preparations, I want to import this data here, worksalaries.csv. So it is the so-called working directorate. I'm guiding R to tell you that no, you need to move to the preparations folder, in my case, and choose working salaries.csv. This data is already here. The data in the work salaries.csv, what I sent you earlier, it's an Excel sheet that has got various salaries of professors and other variables that are being illustrated there. Okay, let me ask. So, is that fine? Finally got it, okay. Okay, great. I'm glad now we are on the same page. Nice. So now, after that, now let's go back to R. We have to navigate on our computers. I'm going to close this. I stop sharing. Then now let me share my R screen, my RStudio. The procedure is very simple. Let me clean this. I've cleaned my console. It is now clean. It's now clear. So what I'm going to do, actually, what you're going to do, come to session. Are we there? When you go on the RStudio, please see what I'm doing. Come to session, then move set working directory. Okay, move further and come to choose directory. When you click on it, so now you need to command R. You need to navigate on your computer to take R to that folder where the work salaries.csv is. So the moment you reach on that folder, you stop there. All you need to do, you click open. The moment you click open, this path automatically comes in your R console. Okay, now I'm going to check in the chat. Are you seeing any path in your R console up to the folder where the dataset is? Please type yes, and I confirm. Great. Okay. Wonderful. Now, what I did, okay, not to waste my time, I just got this path here and I copied it in my RStudio because RStudio, what I did, I just copied this path to my RStudio because RStudio supports me to save my commands. I'm able to save my commands. So when I copy this, I got this and I copied it. When I copied it, it's what I'm having here. The moment I put it in the RStudio, what I need is to run it. I click the run such that RStudio recognizes my path. So the next step is now to read my data. My path is okay, so I use the read.csv command. Inside the the read.csv command, I put in the name of the data set in that folder which I launched, but I put it in inverted commas, in quotations. And then I can also label it. I can assign it, like we looked at assigning variables. And I say, no, looking at this data, whole of this data set, let me name it salaries. And then I also run this computer. When I run the line, I can see it that in the environment, it is showing me the observations and then the variables. Let me ask again in the chat, are we now on the same page? Okay. Okay. Great. I still don't have data set. Okay. There are some people without data set. Okay. Now, I'm glad that a big percentage of us have been able to import data in R. You need to understand these steps very well, because as Susan sets in, she's also going to tell you now, import data, not even showing you the steps. She's going to send the data to you that import this data, let's do ABC and do. The same thing, that's what Thomas is going to do, that import this data, thinking that they have in mind that now you've learned how to import data. So it is important that the moment they send you the data sets, the moment they tell you to do so, it will be now very easy for you to bring in the data set. Okay, can you please view your data and see how it looks like? Come here in the environment and then click on the Excel icon. When you click on it, you see salaries and then the different variables. Let me check in the chat. Have you been able to view your data? Okay. Because sometimes you have to confirm that that the data you've imported is the right one. Great. Yeah. Prof, no. Let's move on. Okay. Now, what we are going to move on, good enough that we've successfully loaded our data. Let's try to push on. Those who are a little bit behind, you'll review the recordings again. So in case you want to see the first 6 rows of your data set, we use a command head. Okay. Oh. What did I do? Things just disappeared. Okay. Let's push on. In case you want to see the first 6 rows of your data set, we use a command head. Okay, we use a command head. And with inside head, you put in the object name. In this case, our name, what we named the data set, it is salaries. I don't know whether you've maintained it or you've changed it, but now use the object name, what you've named your data set. I called it salaries. So I use head. Inside here, I type in the salaries. So when I run head in bracket salaries, what I'm going to see, check in your R console. What are you seeing? In your R console, it is giving you the first 6 rows and your column names, the rank, the discipline, years since PhD, years.service, those are the years of service, the sex of the professor, and also the salary. Okay, that is what it does. Sometimes it is always good to get acquainted with the data that you're doing, such that by the end of the day, it gives you, we say it will give you the right interpretation or the right statistical method that you're going to use. Okay, what about in case you want to see the structure of the data? We use a command str. str, that is structure. And usually the structure of the data, it could either be numeric okay? Or these are the integers that we talked about, or character, or if it's not a character, it just gives you the measurements that we looked at. So in case I run str, if I run it, this is what it gives me. Remember, within the RStudio, you run the commands, but the results are, the output is executed in the R console. It's the reason why I told you at the start that you need both the RStudio and the R console. So this is what the structure it is giving me. It is telling me that what you're working on, it's a data frame, okay, with 397 observations and 6 variables. All right. Among the variables that you're having, you've got a rank, and it's telling me that it's a character. Okay. And then discipline, it's reading it as a character because it's a word. And then years of service, years since PhD, it's an integer. Years of service is an integer. And then sex, it is telling me that it's a character. Then salary, it's an integer. But remember, as you're collecting data, you know what your variables really look like. And remember, we say that with the ranks that we are having, it's not, R is seeing it as a character, but it's a factor, because we've got a professor, because under the rank, we've got professor, then associate professor. Okay, and then under the disciplines, we've got A, B, A and B, where A are the humanities and then B are the sciences. And then with sex, it is also a factor, implying that it's categorical. We've got male or female. So that's the reason as to why we need to tell R that no, it is not a character, it is a factor. So we're going to move on and see how to do that. All right. Now, also, I've just talked about the head. Sometimes you can say head, and then you input the number of rows that you want to see. For example, here I said from salaries, just give me only the first 3 columns, because sometimes you don't want to see a lot of it. But now what is important is that I want us to, you might want to display the number of rows of the data set. And for you to see the number of rows of the data set, all you need to do is to type n row. That is my command. And then in bracket, you put the data set name. The moment you run this, it will tell you that now how many, you've got 397 rows. This one is just enough to confirm to you that yes, already R showed me the same number in the environment. The same applies to the number of columns. You can type ncol command, and then inside you type the name of the data set. So when you run that, it will tell you that you've got 6 columns, depending on the number of variables that you are using. Okay, and then dime, that is the dimension, like a matrix, yeah, because we store our data in form of a matrix. When you run dime, it will give you 397 by 6. Those are the number of rows by the number of columns. Okay, somebody is asking that I repeat structure. As far as structure is concerned, it just gives us the nature of the data set. If you saw, let me type it again here, str, then I type in salaries. I'm too fast. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I'm re-explaining again the structure of the data set. When I run that, it is giving me an error. Do you know why? Let me ask in the chat. Do you know why it is giving me an error? Okay, type, yes, somebody has posted the answer. Okay, great. Then it implies that you're following. Yeah, why it is giving me an error? It is telling me object salary is not found. And I mean, people have posted the reason. Instead of using small s, I used capital S. So it is the reason why I'm failing. It is R is telling me for it, I can't recognize it. Let me see what if I run it again. Now it is fine, great. So what R is, this is a structure of the data we are having. Remember, when you go to the field, you already know, you have a feel of what your data looks like, but you have to ensure that, does the program also look at the data the same way you're seeing it? So with the structure of the data set, this is what it is bringing me. Please check in the R console, the output, the result that I'm getting. It is for it, what R is seeing, it is seeing rank as a character because there are words there. At the same time, discipline, it is also a character. They are just words. The same time with sex variable. And the rest are integers because they are just numbers. But now we need to tell R that no, rank is not just a character. Discipline is not a character, or sex is not a character. These are variables that were picked from the field and they are categorical in nature. Because we said with sex, you're either a male or a female. With the discipline, A is humanities and then B are sciences. The same applies to the rank, either somebody is a professor or an assistant professor, etc. So how do we tell R that no, these variables are categorical in nature? We use a function, a command as.factor. The as.factor, it's a command that we are going to use. Okay, for example, this is what I'm writing as factor. This is the command that I'm going to have. However, remember, so inside here, my data set, I named it salaries. So I'm telling R that in my salaries data set, go and I want to read rank as a fact, as a categorical variable. So I start with the name of the data set, and then I put a $sign, and I put then the variable that I'm calling a categorical one. So as a factor, then salaries in bracket, you call the data set name, then $sign, and the variable that you want R to read as categorical. All right? But now I assign it, the assignment I'm giving it, that yes, it is salaries. From my salaries, pick the rank variable. I'm reading for you what this command implies. From my salaries, pick for me the rank variable. How do you associate the data set with the rank? How do you bring them together? We use a $command. Okay, we use a $command. From my data set called salaries, pick for me a rank variable. Then this one is equal to as a factor. It is categorical in nature. So I use the as.factor command. And then inside here, what do you want to read as a categorical variable? I type in salaries and rank. I do the same for all my variables, the same to discipline, the same to sex. Okay, so when I run this line again, when I run here, it doesn't show me anything because I'm telling it that now read rank as a factor, as a category, same to discipline, same to sex. For me to confirm that now it has confirmed, it has changed, or it has confirmed what I've told it, I need to run structure again. So when I run that, now when I come back again to check the naming, so it is telling me that rank is now factor with 3 levels. Okay, with 3 levels, that is associate professor, assistant professor, and professor. Then discipline, it is telling me factor with 2 levels, A and B. And then sex, there are 2, it's a factor with 2 levels, female and male. Okay, let me check in the chat. Are we on the same page? Okay, great. whenever you want to read categorical variables into R, you need to yes, Samuel, maybe if you want to look at it like that, yes, because they are attributes. We want to tell the different categories. Okay, fine. So now I've told R, this is what I want to do when I'm doing the analysis. Look at these variables, categorical, the rest can be integers because they're just numbers, then that is fine. Okay, I'm going to stop here, then briefly share the PowerPoint. And because we are moving on to data manipulation, if we've been able to successfully load our data into R, because by the end of the day, you need to do some data manipulation. I mean, do I have all my variables? Sometimes you go to the field and collect a lot of data. What if you have got missing variables? How are you going to do with them? What if you've gotten different variables, different Excel sheets saved differently? How are you going to merge them? All those processes are involved in data manipulation. What if you want to do recording? They're lost. Okay, let me ask. No, they might be knowing. Okay. Can I continue or I recap some things? Scroll up, please. I recap or I continue? Okay. All right. Now, given the time that we have 13 minutes left. It is sad that I've not moved on to data manipulation. I thought that I'll look at it today, but I'm just going to take a, maybe we'll start from there tomorrow before Professor Susan sets in. What we've looked at today, the key main things that are really important for you to be able to do R very well. We've seen how you can download R and installing it, how you can download RStudio at the same time installing it. How do you update these packages? R and RStudio work hand in hand, so you need both of them. And when you launch your R or your RStudio, usually most of the time you get 4 interfaces, which are very important as you're going to do the analysis. And then we looked at how to install different packages. Okay, remember R is a free open software. So, and it has got already default packages. All you need to do to ask yourself, what in case maybe I want to load my data, what package do I need to install? Because in case it is not installed, then it will be hard for you to import that data. Okay, so among the packages that we've installed today, we've installed the Tidyverse, ReadXL, ReadR, dplyr. It is always important that the moment you install these packages, you don't need to install them again. All you need to do, for example, tomorrow, what we shall do, it is just to load them again by using the library command, because they will be already installed. You will not need to reinstall them again. In case you want to clean your environment, sometimes you can have as many as 100 objects, okay? And you feel like your environment is really, really messed up and you want to clean it up. What you do, you use the rm list equal to ls command. Okay, I've talked about loading the different libraries. After installing, the next step is you need to load the libraries. So tomorrow we shall not need to install these libraries again. We'll just need to load them by using the library command. We looked at various options on how you can import data, but importing data depends on how the data file has been saved in Excel. There are various options, but the commonly used ones are .xlsx extension, or you can save them as CSV. All right. We looked at the first option on how you can import data into R that has been saved with an extension of XLSX. What did we do? We went to File, then you come and import dataset. Then you, from importing dataset, you click from Excel. The next thing is you have to navigate on your computer up to the folder where you saved your dataset. So all you need to do, you come and click Browse. The moment you click Browse, it takes you to the, you pick the navigation path. So for me, it takes me direct the preparations folder. And inside here, I click the Excel sheet that I want. This one here, the moment I click on it, I press Open. What R does, within the code preview, it shows me the command that has been used. And in this case, this is the read Excel. It is read Excel because the data set I'm importing has got an extension of .xlsx, okay? And it also gives me an opportunity to preview my data. After that, I can move on and say import. The moment I click on import and I look in my console, it summarizes for me everything. It summarizes for me the library it used, and then also it used the read Excel. You see what it's doing here? It is also doing it has also called for me the work salaries.xls. And then the object, it has given me an automatic object, which is called work salaries, because it is what I named my data. Okay, when I read in the environment, I'm able to see that work salaries has got 397 observations and 6 variables. I can also view by, it also gives me an opportunity to view my data set. It opens the view data set automatically. So here I can see that among the variables I have in my data set, I've got the rank of a professor, the discipline, the years his PhD, the years of service, the sex, and then the salary. Or I can come and click this icon here. As I read the work salaries, at the end, there is an icon of Excel. I can also click on it. The moment I click on it, it also shows me my data set. All right, then the other option, we've also looked at how do we import our data into R when it is saved as when it's saved as CSV. Okay, so I said in that case, the simplest session is we have to create the working directory as step number 1. From the to set the working directorate, what you do is that you go to sessions. After sessions, come, drop down, set working directory. And then from there, you lock down up to choose directory. The moment you choose directory, you have to navigate till when you get to your folder. You click on it, and then it would, if you do it more than once, it will take you automatically to that folder. But if it is not the case, you have to navigate through and move to that folder. The moment you get the folder that you want, you click open. The moment you click open, when you come to when you look in your R console, you see that there is this particular path, setwd, that is setting working directory. Okay, when you look at that, setting the working directory, what you can do, you just copy and paste it here in the RStudio. Why you have to paste it here? Just you want to save your command. So the moment you paste it here, all you need to do is to run it. And then RStudio gets to know that, yes, now they have set the working directory, implying that that is the path that R has to follow to call your data. The next thing is I need to use the read.csv command. The read.csv command, now inside the brackets, I type in the name of the data set plus its extension, the work salaries.csv. That extension has to be there. Then I say that, but the whole of this path is, this naming is long. Can't I cut it short and I give it an object? So I decided, okay, let me name everything salaries. So I use salaries as an object. Now this time around when I run, then it implies that it is successful because it has been able to import my data. So when I check in the environment, I see the salaries data set, I see the number of observation, at the same time the variables. Then what next is I move on to first have a feel of my data. It is always important to check the structure of your data. Is it really what you wanted, that it's what R says? In case some of your variables are categorical in nature, then you have to command R that they are categorical by using as factor. Otherwise, it will look at it as a character, or they are just namings. So it is important to look at the structure of the data. Sometimes it's also good to see a little bit or a subset of your variables, of your data. For example, you can say, I want to first see the first 6 columns of my data. You can use the head command, and then you check in your R console, and it will give you the first 6 variables. If there are many rows, you can say, no, let me type salaries, and I have a look at the first 3. All right. And then after that, having put now your data right, the next thing that we shall do tomorrow is going to be data manipulation. Since you've got the slides, you can read through them again tonight. Then such that the moment we join tomorrow, you can be able to see what exactly we are going to see. All right. So when in case I quickly share my PowerPoint, we've already gone through this. Even that, we are done with these parts. So what we are going to do, we are starting data manipulation. How is it done? These are the 9 things that we are going to do. Maybe in case you want to record, you want to subset, you want to rename, you want to merge, in case the data collector has got some missing variables, what are you gonna do? And the first descriptive analysis, the first bits that we'll start with. That will be the end of today. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you, participants, for being patient with us. I have seen in the chat that some of you wanted to break at 1 and go and work again, but we thought that if we request for 1 more hour, we would cover more work than what we've covered. Otherwise, we are going to send you materials for tomorrow today. So make sure you've updated your email address with the registration sheet. We are going to use that registration sheet to make sure we send you the materials for today and tomorrow. With that, today we'll not have an extra session because we've given you an extra hour. Maybe tomorrow, in case we end at 1, we can give you an extra time. Thank you very much, unless if you have a question, but I believe that Dr. Helen has done a great job in explaining how to install R. Those who are stuck, the link has already been sent where Dr. Helen has been presenting the work today, the YouTube link. I tested it and it was working. So please go to that link and download the link, the video, listen to the video and follow through, because tomorrow, once she finishes, we'll be going into analysis. We won't go back to installation, all that. So thank you very much, participants. It has been a very good session. And to Dr. Helen and Dr. Thomas Odong, thank you for the facilitation. Over to you, Dr. Runyararo, just in case you have anything to say. Or whoever is around. Maybe Within, do you have something to say? I can see your own.
Thank you very much. Everything is going on well. We appreciate all the efforts. Dr. Runyararo has just stepped out for lunch.
Okay, I think we'll end here. See you tomorrow, same time, 10 a.m. Let's keep time, just like you said, so that we can cover enough work. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.